I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Dismemberment of the Philippines. Philippines, Jiao Island, Luoc Town suburbs. In a simple restaurant, 3 Filipinos in grey shirts were sitting around a table. "What time is it?" The darker-skinned man among the 3 glanced at the door and whispered to his companion beside him. The man who was asked glanced at his watch and replied, "It's already 13 o'clock. The fat man who had been silent took a deep breath and pulled his collar anxiously. "Santos, do you think that person will come?" "I don't know. I don't trust the Chinese," Santos said lightly. The fat man turned up his thick lips, did not make any comments on Santos' words, and just leaned back in his chair. "To say why they appeared here, we have to start with the phone call they received last night. Those sitting here are all high-level members of the Moro National Liberation Front. Although most of the armed forces of the Moro Liberation Front are deployed on Mindanao Island, no one would have thought that their base camp is located on Jalo Island next to Mindanao Island." At that time, Santos was about to go to bed, but a strange phone call came to his mobile phone. After some hesitation, he carefully pressed the answer button. However, as soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end did not introduce himself, but directly stated that he would provide weapons to the MLN. Judging from the English accent, the other party should be Chinese. Santos was still very cautious about the olive branch thrown by the Chinese. In the Philippines, overseas Chinese control more than 60% of the Philippines economy with more than 1% of the population. No one would have a good impression of a rich neighbor. However, the conditions proposed by that person were difficult for Santos to refuse. Enough arms to arm an infantry division. What shocked him even more was that the man said that this batch of arms had been delivered to the Philippines. With this batch of arms, the current equipment shortage problem faced by the MLN will be solved, and he can immediately pull up an armed force of more than 7,000 people from his supporters, which will more than double the combat effectiveness of the guerrillas. The only thing that made Santos afraid was that the person who proposed this condition was a Chinese, and this Chinese knew his situation very well, and even casually told him the house number of the hotel where he was staying. Of course, in order to prevent his phone from being monitored, Jiang Chen did not specify which city and which hotel he was staying in. A drop of cold sweat slid across his forehead. After thinking for a while, Santos finally agreed to his proposal to meet. The police did not come to the door, which at least showed that the other party was not hostile. So there was this scene now. After secretly deploying gunmen near the hotel, Santos took his 2 confidants to sit in the hotel. They sat down in the private room, arranged by the man, ordered 2 dishes casually, and then they waited patiently for the man to come. But now, it was the agreed time. "He fooled us." The fat man spread his hands. Santos closed his eyes and thought for a moment. "Wait a little longer. If no one comes in 10 minutes, we will withdraw." However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The man with the watch subconsciously reached for his waist, and when Santos shook his head, he put his hand back on the table. "Come in," Santos said to the door. The door opened, but a boy over 10 years old came in. Seeing the people in the room looking at him in surprise, the boy shyly handed over the tablet in his hand. "Someone asked me to bring this thing here. Where is that person?" Santos stared at the boy's eyes. With a timid expression on his face, the boy shook his head vigorously, his hand holding the tablet trembling constantly, and he said quickly, "I don't know. He's wearing a mask. He gave me $10 and asked me to deliver this to this box." As he said that, the boy carefully placed the tablet on the sofa next to the door, and then immediately turned around and ran out of the door. Ignoring the boy, Santos winked at the fat man, motioning him to bring the tablet over. At this moment, the phone rang again. Seeing the caller, Santos pressed the answer button and said in a low voice, "What on earth are you playing at?" Jiang Chen didn't waste time talking to him and got straight to the point. "There is a map on the tablet. The password is 1234. You can try to open it." Frowning slightly, Santos still chose to do as Jiang Chen instructed and opened the map on the tablet. Then what? There are a total of 8 arsenals, buried in various corners of the southern region of the Philippines. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Where are the arsenals? Santos asked hurriedly. Did you notice the box next to the map? Every time you complete a condition, I will provide you with a password. Every time you enter the password, you can unlock the address of a treasure. What the hell does this mean? Santos was stunned for a moment, cursed in his heart, and couldn't help asking, what's the point of doing this? I provide you with arms and money to support your cause, not for you to use as bargaining chips, to negotiate with the government army, but to see you split Mindanao from the territory of the Philippines. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Chen said lightly. With a slight flicker in his eyes, Santos tried to persuade him. I promise that I will lead the Moro people to independence, you can trust me. Haha, the least valuable thing in the world is trust, especially for 2 strangers. Jiang Chen laughed. Then why should we trust you? Santos said in a gloomy tone. So I decided to pay first. Jiang Chen shrugged. The first password, add 2G3 and %#. After entering the password, you will unlock the address of the arsenal and a mission briefing. Complete it, and after I confirm it from the news, I will naturally tell you the next password. That's all I have to say, so I wish you good luck. Wait a minute. Seeing that the man was about to hang up, Santos, who had just entered the password, hurriedly called out to stop him, but a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Putting the phone back into his trouser pocket, Santos looked at the tablet on the table with a gloomy face. Boss, what should we do? The fat man asked in a low voice. Looking at the red dot on the map, located in the suburbs of Luoc town in silence, Santos was silent for a while, and then said, Calder, take people to this location on the map. Yes. The man with the watch stood up, memorized the location of the munitions on the map firmly in his mind, and then walked out the door. Santos closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. To be honest, he felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being manipulated, but he could not refuse such generous conditions. If Jiang Chen provided him with all the weapons at once, he might choose a safer approach. For example, he would first gather an armed force, prepare for a year or so, and then launch an offensive. Soon, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. After answering the call, Calder's nervous voice came from the other end. Boss, I found it. How much is in it? Santos asked in a deep voice. Calder's throat was a little dry. There are bulletproof vests, even night vision goggles, and C4 explosives. We also found 2,000 rifles and 40 boxes of rifle ammunition, 10 RPG-7s, 100 rounds of ammunition, and 5 mortars, 100 rounds of shells, and $5 million in cash. Arms. $5 million. Santos sat up suddenly, his fingers holding the phone trembling. Immediately arrange 4 people to transport the arsenal to our gathering point. Understood. Calder nodded. Calder was his confidant, and he trusted his loyalty. After hanging up the phone, ignoring the inquiring look on the fat man's face, Santos glanced at the mission briefing on the tablet. Target, Pagadian City. Destroy the city police station, power station, government building, and kill more than 80 government troops. Licking his dry lips, Santos felt his heartbeat speeding up. If he did it, it would be the largest scale attack planned by the MOG organization in 13 years. And with the support of this batch of arms and funds, the MOG will be fully capable of launching this attack. But in this case, there is no way out. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but soon that hesitation was replaced by madness, and Santos made a decision silently in his heart. It's time to make a big news. Chapter 427, Gunfire in Pagadian City. The day before yesterday, the Philippine anti-government armed forces launched a surprise attack on the western town of Pagadian on Mindanao at 9 p.m. They set fire to and destroyed 4 city police stations, 2 bus stations, 2 government office buildings and 2 power stations in the city, causing a large-scale power outage in the city. The 2 sides engaged in fierce fighting in the northern blocks of the city, killing 101 local garrisons and injuring 210 people. 5 hours after the incident, the Moro National Liberation Front claimed responsibility for the attack and stated that it would carry out the Mindanao Liberation Movement to the end. It is reported that more than 1,000 militants participated in the attack. During the battle, the anti-government armed forces used a large number of American-made weapons and equipment such as M401 assault rifles and night vision goggles, and were equipped with a large number of anti-armor weapons such as a PG-7, as well as heavy infantry weapons such as mortars. This may be the largest attack in 30 years. Their equipment is better than the local garrison, and the source of the Moro National Liberation Front's equipment remains a mystery. 12 hours after the incident, the Aquino government strongly condemned the attack and the organizations that provided weapons and equipment to the rebels. It also said that it would consider sending armored forces to Mindanao to eliminate the guerrillas active there and track down the mastermind at all costs. Some analysts commented that this attack may mark the failure of the peace agreement reached between the Philippine government and the MILF in 2012. The Aquino government's increase of troops to Mindanao may cause opposition from the MILF, which has already reached a peace agreement. However, if it does not increase troops, the regional situation may further deteriorate. At this moment, the Aquino government is in a difficult situation. Some military analysts also said that the Philippines' armored forces are not easy to deploy in the rugged terrain of Mindanao. Even if armored forces are sent, they may not be effective in the face of guerrillas equipped with anti-tank weapons. The Aquino administration should first solve the problem of the source of weapons for the rebels. Only by strengthening border control can the situation be curbed from further deterioration from external factors. A spokesperson for the US Foreign Ministry said that the US is closely following the attack and is willing to assist the Philippines in investigating the source of the rebels' equipment. When asked by reporters whether the US would send ground troops to assist the Philippine troops in clearing out the MLN, the US said it would not consider sending ground troops to intervene in the region's internal affairs, but would not rule out the use of drones to support the Philippines' military operations. Starting at 7 a.m. today, my country's tourism bureau has urgently issued a red alert for travel to the Philippines and recommends that travelers with travel plans change their plans or try to avoid approaching guerrilla hotspots. Our reporter, Yang reports. The TV showed government troops shooting with their backs against bunkers. Although the attackers were not captured, the fierceness of the battle could be seen from the flying tracer bullets, the dust from the bullets, and the vague screams. From time to time, the flames and smoke of explosions could be heard in the distance. It was almost impossible to use a mortar, a weapon of mass destruction, in the city without accidentally hitting civilian houses. The government army must take into account the consequences of accidentally injuring civilians, but the rebels have no scruples when fighting. Several stretchers passed through the street and ran to the makeshift medical station next to the armored vehicle. The shop windows were broken all over the floor, and people who took advantage of the fire rushed into the shop, grabbed things on the ground and ran away. Many people will die, but Jiang Chen will not repent. It's not because he is cold-blooded, but because the Philippines has brought it upon itself. From their choice of a rogue government to their rogue government instigating the people to engage in rogue behavior, to the attack on Coro Island. All this is just the price. Leaning on the sofa, Jiang Chen reached out and turned off the remote control. It seems that Santos made the right choice, which saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. The guerrillas of the Molotov cocktail organization have been fighting the Philippine government for 44 years, and this is the first time they have received such a large-scale military aid. This time they can be considered proud. Of course, Jiang Chen has no good feelings towards the Molotov cocktail organization and the Philippines. He just needed to use this chess piece to split this annoying neighbor. After the Moro kingdom became completely independent, he would also take the rich iron, copper and gold mineral resources of Mindanao into his pocket. Taking out the mobile phone that he bought casually from the street stall, Jiang Chen edited a text message and sent the password to Santos. Since he had fulfilled his promise, he would not be stingy with his reward. I believe that with this second batch of equipment, the combat effectiveness of the Moro organization will be taken to a high level. Just as Jiang Chen expected, just throw the lighter into the monkey's hand, and they will excitedly set the zoo on fire. At this moment, the satellite phone that Jiang Chen placed on the table suddenly rang. Without thinking, he knew that it must be Roberts calling. This satellite phone is the special line for him and Roberts to contact special business, which is absolutely safe in theory. After the call was connected, the voice of the old friend came over. My old friend from the FBI invited me to have tea today. What did he talk to you about? Jiang Chen asked casually. Just chatting casually, such as asking me what I did in South Africa a few days ago and who I met. Roberts smiled bitterly. Oh. Then what did you tell him? Jiang Chen smiled. What else can I say? I went to South Africa to deal with the business of the gold mining shell company. Man, no kidding. You've played a little too big this time. Speaking of the latter, Roberts took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Terrorism has always been the bottom line of the White House, especially in the territory of their allies. Although the White House has not agreed to send ground troops to support the Philippines, CIA agents have already entered. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. The so-called terrorism has always been a double standard. The anti-government forces in the territory of the United States allies are terrorists and separatists, while the anti-government forces in the territory of the United States enemies are democratic fighters and freedom defenders. As for the CIA agents, Santos himself didn't know who he was dealing with. Besides, he had already pointed out the situation of his whereabouts being leaked. As long as he was not stupid, he would carefully hide himself. This CIA may not be able to catch him. Sensing the disdain in Jiang Chen's sneer, Roberts sighed helplessly. Well, I'm not calling you to tell you to stop or anything. I just want to remind you to be careful. I'm not the only one who was called in for a talk. Several arms dealers who haven't retired yet have also been interviewed by the FBI. Transporting arms from South Africa to the Southeast Asian guerrillas requires passing through the airspace of many countries, so it's impossible to leave no trace. And by sea and land, it's impossible to get there in just 3 days, so I'm not a big suspect. Although I don't know how you transported arms to the Philippines, my intuition tells me that this matter must be related to you. But I won't admit it. Jiang Chen laughed. Never admit it. Roberts said seriously, don't let the White House know that it was you who did it, otherwise we'll all be finished. Damn, if I had known you would play with that batch of goods like this, I might as well have sold it to the dictator in West Africa. Now, tens of thousands more people have died indirectly at my hands. At the end, Robert's tone was a bit funny. Don't worry, I've kept this a secret. Aren't you planning to make an autobiography called Death Merchant? Now I've added another chapter to your memoirs. Jiang Chen comforted him in a relaxed tone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen stretched, threw the satellite phone aside, stood up and walked to the door. It's almost the end of July now, and he will have to go to the end of the world to take a look at it at the latest in early August. After not going back for so long, he also missed Sun Jiao and the others a little. But before he went back, he still had some things to tell him. Driving a private speedboat to Crescent Island, Jiang Chen found Ivan, who was training new recruits, briefly inspected the combat effectiveness of the young men of starring trade, and then told him to recruit 300 seafarers as soon as possible. Before leaving, Jiang Chen handed the mobile phone used to contact Santos to Ivan, and told him to remember to watch the news every morning. Then, according to Santos's task completion, he sent him the password to unlock the map. It will be time to go back to the end of the world. It is safer to leave the monkey show to someone you trust. After dealing with these, Jiang Chen went to Koro Island again and transported the steel and aluminum produced in July to the end of the world. The efficiency of directly transporting ore is indeed too low. It is much more efficient to process it into steel and then transport it. With this batch of steel, the resource supply of the factory in the end of the world will not be worried. It can be re-refined into C-shaped steel or other materials, and the surplus can be sold to the factory in the 6th block. After finishing these things, Jiang Chen went to the headquarters of Future Man Biology to learn about the sales of the nutritional mixture. In general, this month's financial report is very impressive. The sales profit for the month was as high as $100 million. The 200,000 boxes produced by the nutritional mixture production factory have been delivered in 2 batches, and the remaining 200,000 boxes will be completed next month. With the promotion of Future Man 1.0 and the promotion of large retailers such as Walmart, the nutritional mixture easily caught people's attention. pure natural green fat-free liquid food, eat it for 30 days, and lose 30 pounds. In addition to the promotional advertisements shot by Emma. In short, according to the feedback from several retailers, the sales of this nutritional mixture are gratifying, and many retailers have placed additional orders. The large retailer Walmart even proposed to Taoming that it wanted to buy the exclusive agency rights of this nutritional mixture at a high price, but Taoming declined. The reason is simple: you can't give up the whole forest for a tree. Selling the exclusive agency rights means giving up the development of online sales channels and other retailers, which is tantamount to throwing away the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds. After reporting the sales situation to Jiang Chen, Taoming urged Jiang Chen to expand the production line as soon as possible. Orders from Future Human Biology were pouring in like snowflakes. The nutrient mixture production plant almost squeezed the workers' production capacity to the extreme, but still could not keep up with the growth rate of orders. According to Sun Jiao's estimation, only by doubling the existing production equipment and seaweed planting area can the current production demand be met. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. A few organic synthesis furnaces were not a difficult task for him. After transporting the production equipment and 10 tons of new induction reagents to the warehouse on Koro Island, Jiang Chen got on a speedboat and drove towards Koro Island. The rest of the things such as recruiting people and arranging production were naturally left to Sun Jiao to solve. However, on his way home, Sun Jiao called him. When he heard her voice, Jiang Chen's face suddenly lit up. The internal test player matter was finally settled. Chapter 428, God Level Continent Internal Test. Wei Wendong, nicknamed Shadow King, is a member of the Royal Esports Club. He plays League of Legends and once won the runner-up honor among 4 comrades in the S4 season. After the S4 season, he chose to retire and became a live broadcaster on the Down Live broadcast platform. However, his performance was surprisingly mediocre in the live broadcast industry. Later, because he seized the historical opportunity when New Era was launched, he boldly chose the seemingly unpromising live broadcast direction of live broadcasting mobile games. In the end, relying on the influence of New Era and the gamma play in pictures that are not inferior to those of the terminal game, as well as the advantage of seizing the opportunity, he became the leader of the New Era live broadcast industry. Now the market share of New Era has stabilized Hearthstone and even faintly overshadowed the popularity of PC endgame LoL. His status in the live broadcast circle is naturally rising, and the number of Weibo fans is not inferior to that of the old captain. It can be said that half of his achievements today are due to Future Man technology, so he naturally has a strong liking for the name of Future Man technology, which has changed the lives of countless people. Just a while ago, a notification suddenly pushed by FutureMan 1.0 caught his attention. Dear users, the VR online game God Level Continent being produced by FutureMan Technology has entered the internal testing stage. In order to thank users for their continued support, FutureMan Operation Group decided to draw 2,000 internal testing players from around the world to go to the resort of Panu Islands, where they can enjoy the pleasant beauty of the Pacific Ocean while feeling the shock brought by the next generation online game. The internal testing period is 2 months. During this period, players will receive monthly salary of $2,000 and FutureMan Technology will provide round-trip air tickets. At the same time, the board and lodging of the internal testing players will also be borne by FutureMan Technology. After the internal testing, participants will also receive a commemorative game helmet designed by our company. The helmet will be sent to the participants' homes by mail on the first day of the game's official release. At the same time, the game nicknames used in the internal testing will be retained until the game is officially launched. Virtual reality online games, free travel abroad, not to mention abroad. As soon as this news came out, it instantly exploded on the domestic internet, and many netizens said that FutureMan Technology was going to go against the sky. As for the $2,000 monthly salary, not many people really care about it. Anyone who is not stupid knows that if you can get the first-hand information of this game first, won't the major guilds rush to recruit you? Even if you don't join, you can still be successful in the game on your own with the game experience accumulated during the internal test. The income by then will be more than just $4,000. Even a fool knows this. Take the current New Era as an example. A slightly better professional player can easily make tens of thousands of yuan a month by upgrading and consigning gold coins. There are countless cases where rich players spend millions or even tens of millions to buy a legendary equipment. Almost everyone has no doubt about one thing: this god-level continent has unlimited prospects. On a certain forum, virtual reality online game. Damn, I didn't expect to see this in my lifetime. Let me eat a bag of spicy noodles to calm my nerves. Are the executives of Futureman Technology Company all idiots? Using such awesome technology to play games? Honestly, if this asterisk was used to train soldiers, the combat effectiveness of our soldiers would increase by 10 levels. Military expenditures for training would be reduced by 50%. And you used it to make games. Oh. A waste of money. Such a waste of money. The above mentioned Xiaobing didn't explain and cursed me first. Welcome to the internet for the second floor village. Foreign VR technology is already mature. Thank you. The virtual reality equipment developed by Plextech has been used in British Army training, but it has not replaced live fire training. I don't know where the 10 levels and 50% data you gave came from. In addition, Eve Valkyrie can already holographically simulate soaring in the universe. VR technology is as good as you say. Why doesn't your mother go to heaven? The drama of the year is on. Keyboard warriors are crackling. 50 cents are fighting against cents. Melon seeds and benches are ready. Come on, let's have a painful 2L4L battle. Hurry up. This floor is crooked. Force it to be straightened. I only care about when the game will be publicly tested. Woohoo, I didn't win the lottery. I'm so sad. Please transfer the internal test qualification. 1 million RMB high price. If you are interested, please chat privately. The above idiot. The internal test qualification is bound to identity information. It's really that money can't buy IQ. The post on the game's official website reached 20,000 floors on the first day of its launch, which shows the high enthusiasm of players for this virtual reality online game. However, for the game itself, Futureman Technology has left enough mystery. Only a CG promotional video of no more than 1 minute, and a lottery channel. Before the lottery, players need to confirm that they have time to go to the Panu Islands. If they maliciously occupy the quota, they will be banned from playing the game for 10 years. When the game goes online, with a nervous mood, Wei Wendong pressed the lottery button. At first, he had no hope when he saw the number of participants in the lottery climbing to 100,000. However, happiness came so suddenly that he won the internal test qualification. When he saw the line on the screen, "Please confirm whether you have time to participate in the internal test," he clicked the yes button without hesitation, and then posted a screenshot of the winning screen on his personal Weibo, which instantly caused an explosion of replies from fans. Brother Ryan is awesome. Is he going to move to the god level continent? What should I do about the live broadcast? Another anchor who is not doing his job. Our old dying must have offered his chrysanthemum to Jiang Chen, the boss of future people, otherwise his character would not be so good. Brother Ryan Wang, take me with you, okay? My little sister can act cute and warm the bed. Muah. With a picture of an internet celebrity's face. Looking at the envious replies from the fans, Wei Wendong couldn't help but curl his lips happily, and as for those who were jealous, he habitually ignored them. While his vanity was satisfied, he was also secretly thinking about how to seize this opportunity. However, the information provided by the game operator is only a 1-minute promotional video, and the only information that can be understood from it is that this game is based on a magical theme that integrates Chinese and Western cultures. The professions that appear include warriors, archers, mages, thieves. It seems a bit too much. In New Era, Wei Wendong chose the profession of archer. This time he is going to change his style and choose a wizard to play. After all, it is a virtual reality online game, and the experience of the wizard must be more awesome than the physical output profession. In reality, everyone can shoot arrows and swing swords, but who can throw fireballs? However, just as he was planning how to use these 2 months, the phone rang. Who is it? At this time, Wei Wendong glanced at the dark night outside the window and picked up the phone. As soon as he saw the contact, he was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the person who called him was his former boss, Wan Tao, the big boss of the royal family. Seeing this name, Wei Wendong couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "It's been more than a year since we last contacted each other. What on earth is it that warrants the boss Wang to call in person?" "Hello," Wei Wendong said after pressing the connect button. "Haha, Xianadong, do you still remember me?" Wan Tao said with a smile. "Of course I do. How have you been lately, Boss Wang?" Wei Wendong said a few pleasantries with his former boss. "Not bad, not bad. By the way, do you have any interest in returning to the royal team?" Wan Tao asked. "Return to the royal team? Go back to play League of Legends? Who still plays that stuff?" As if he had anticipated that Wei Wendong would refuse, Wan Tao immediately dropped a bombshell. 20 million annual salary. Wei Wendong instantly held his breath. 20 million. Wow, this is already a double premium acquisition. Even the famous team leader, who topped the Anchor's value list, only made 20 million. Although Wei Wendong is now famous and influential, after all, games like New Era are not as easy to drive the audience's emotions as competitive games. The audience's chances of brushing 666 are naturally not as crazy as those of live broadcasting lol, so his annual income is only 9 million. "But Mr. Wang, I don't want to cheat you. My current lol skills are already," Wei Wendong said with some difficulty. This condition is very tempting, but Wei Wendong knows his current ability. "Who asked you to go back to play a lol?" Wan Tao laughed and scolded, and after a pause, he asked a little embarrassedly, "Is the screenshot on your Weibo real?" "Screenshot?" Wei Wendong suddenly realized. It turned out to be for that god-level continent. When the royal clan first launched the New Era, they misjudged the situation. Wan Tao thought that, although the game was well promoted and the graphics were pretty good, it was still a little short of the market share of LoL that Penguin Empire wanted to shake. Therefore, although the royal clan established the New Era branch at the beginning, they never invested too many resources in it. When the major guilds that had invested enough chips rose with the rise of the New Era, the royal clan regretted it, but it was too late. As a result, there are now a lot of clubs on the internet that are as famous as the royal clan. There is even a team called Conqueror, which has a tendency to replace its dominant position. This time, Wan Tao said that he couldn't miss the big ship of god-level continent. Everyone knows that virtual reality is the general trend of the future development of the internet. PC games are on the decline, and future man technology is the leader in the application of artificial intelligence technology in China. The launch of this god-level continent has the potential of two swords combined. The throne of the Penguin Empire's internet entertainment dominance is not necessarily stable. Unfortunately, no one from their royal family won the lottery. Although Futureman Technology has provided internal beta test quotas to some large guilds, these internal beta test quotas are basically for guilds with greater influence in New Era. This is what makes Wan Tao angry. The royal family guild really has no influence in the New Era. Although he invested a lot of money a few months ago, he only managed to get the guild to an upper middle level. Even compared with the top 5 guilds in the country, there is still a big gap. Fortunately, Wei Wendong's scarf gave him hope. Professional player, plus the double halo of an internal beta test player. It is almost foreseeable that this guy will have an immeasurable future in the game god-level continent. So Wan Tao immediately called his mobile phone and extended an olive branch to this former team member. Wan Tao coughed lightly, changed to a serious tone, and said to Wei Wendong solemnly, "We at the Royal Club hope that you can return and lead us to restore the glory of the royal family, and you will be the president of the god-level Royal Family Guild. How about it? Are you interested?" The president of the Royal Family Guild. Wei Wendong opened his eyes wide. He never expected that this former boss who had always been cautious would make such a risky move. With the resources of the royal family, coupled with his own professionalism and the experience of the internal test players. Taking a deep breath, Wei Wendong felt his heart beating very fast. The so-called meteoric rise to fame is probably this feeling. "Yes, I'm very interested. Welcome home, my Shadow King." Wan Tao laughed. Woo, woo, woo. Looking at the 12,000 update tickets, but not being able to get them, my heart aches. Chapter 429 Opening Ceremony on the Cruise Ship. From Wanghei City to Melbourne, and then from the port of Melbourne, we boarded a luxury cruise ship bound for the new country. There are buffet restaurants, lounges, swimming pools, gyms, internet cafes, shops, medical clinics, dance halls and luxurious banquet halls that can accommodate 2,500 people. The 12-story decks and magnificent decorations make this not only a 6-star hotel, but also a huge amusement park. In the banquet hall of the cruise ship, all 2,000 players were present, and all of them were die-hard fans or game fans of future technology. When drawing players, although there was equal opportunity in name, future technology actually introduced certain indicators as a reference. Specifically, players with longer game time in the new era are more likely to be selected, and players with higher VIP levels are more likely to be selected, etc. In addition to these 2,000 players, the rest are the service staff of the cruise ship and the staff of future technology. Because it was not a press conference, but just an internal test opening ceremony, Sun Jiao declined the media's interview requests and only arranged 3 reporters from the Future Man 1.0 news panel to record the process of the internal test opening ceremony and conduct simple interviews with players. A table full of champagne and polite waiters. Standing in the banquet hall, the luxurious atmosphere made Wei Wendong feel a little suffocated. Although his income is close to that of a first-line star, people who play games are essentially more homebound and have not seen much of the world. Before coming, he also prepared a fairly expensive suit, but at this moment, he still felt that it was a bit out of place in the environment he was in. However, when he saw the players around him who were also making a fuss, he suddenly felt relieved. At least compared to those bumpkins, he was still an elite among the bumpkins. Many people stood stupidly in the middle of the venue wearing a t-shirt, which was really not understanding the air. Among these players, he unexpectedly saw many acquaintances. For example, a professional player from the Conqueror Guild, and a streamer on the same live broadcast platform as him. After all, there are only 1,500 spots for the global lottery, and the remaining 500 spots are privately given by Futureman Technology to gaming guilds with good relationships, or gaming anchors with greater influence. Just as he was about to approach and talk to his acquaintance, the lights suddenly dimmed. People fell silent, waiting for the banquet to officially begin. At this moment, a spotlight suddenly lit up on the originally dimly lit stage. Jiang Chen, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked from behind the scenes to the front of the stage with a calm but tense pace. The spotlight followed his footsteps and sent him to the front of the stage. When he went on stage, Jiang Chen had nothing in his hands. The background wall behind the stage was a giant 1050-inch screen with the Futureman Technology logo displayed in the center of the screen. We lead the future. When he saw that person, Wei Dongwen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Jiang Chen, known as the Oriental Bill Gates, the chairman of Futureman Group. Wow, look, it's Jiang Chen. A busty anchor covered her mouth and said excitedly to her new friend. She looks so young. A female esports player blushed. Fuck, the chairman of Future Group is here in person. A male player was shocked. The players in the audience excitedly took out their phones and took photos of Jiang Chen. Facing the enthusiastic players in the audience, Jiang Chen smiled casually and said in a joking tone, "You can take photos, but remember to turn off the flash. Otherwise, when the internal test is over, I won't sign for you." Because Jiang Chen said this in Chinese, many foreign players looked confused and didn't understand, but the Chinese players laughed kindly. The female player who turned on the flash turned off the flash of her phone with a red face. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Jiang Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. This was not his first speech. Perhaps he was used to being looked up to in the end times, so facing these 2,000 people, his heart did not stir at all. He calmly reached out to adjust the headset hanging on his ear and said to the players with a smile, "Good evening, everyone." Players who have taken the trouble to come from afar. As soon as he finished speaking, the triangular logo on the screen behind him suddenly broke apart, breaking into pieces the size of sand, and spreading on the screen, outlining lines of text. It turned out to be translations in 8 languages, including English, French, German, Japanese, Italian, Russian, Korean, and Arabic. The overseas players present were originally complaining in their hearts that they could not understand Chinese and did not know what Jiang Chen was saying on the stage. When the text was displayed, the players finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they widened their eyes in surprise. Real-time voice translation. Using computer software for real-time voice translation has always been a difficult point in software technology. Although Microsoft has launched a software called TouchTalk that can achieve similar functions, that software is very weak in recognizing long and fast sentences. But the real-time voice translation function demonstrated by Futureman technology is obviously not of the same level as that TouchTalk. Not only can it accurately translate in such a noisy environment, but it can also automatically polish the language. Where is the applause? Jiang Chen said with a smile. The players who came back to their senses from the surprise gave warm applause. After coming back to their senses, the players thought about it and felt relieved. After all, it is a technology company that can make artificial intelligence like Xiaobei. It must not be difficult to let artificial intelligence do this kind of thing. Jiang Chen stood on the stage, smiling and waiting for the applause to subside, and then continued, "Today, Futureman technology will bring you an epoch-making product. Let us witness this historical moment together." At this point, Jiang Chen raised his right hand. Light particles emerged out of thin air and gathered in his open palm, forming the shape of a motorcycle helmet. The people in the audience stared at this stunt scene with their eyes wide open. Holographic projection technology. Well, this is not a rare technology, but Futureman Technology's move was really amazing. The helmet floating in Jiang Chen's palm seemed to be real. Virtual reality. We at Futureman Technology have always focused on technological innovation, whether in software or hardware. I believe you are all familiar with virtual reality games. Even in dreams, you have imagined having a pair of wings that can fly freely and embark on a passionate and exciting adventure in the land of swords and magic. Looking at the expectant faces and burning eyes, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. I'm honored to tell you that this is no longer just a fantasy, it has become a reality. Everyone held their breath, with excitement and hope in their eyes. Now, let's watch a promotional video to let everyone know about our virtual helmet called Phantom. Jiang Chen walked to the rostrum and sat in the reserved seat. The translation on the giant screen faded away, spreading like ripples on a lake. Then, a man with a figure and face very similar to Jiang Chen appeared in the center of the screen. He picked up the virtual helmet, put it on, and lay flat on the bed. The screen flashed like a blink of an eye, and the camera instantly switched from the god's perspective to the first-person perspective of Jiang Chen, observing the scene inside the helmet. Start. The originally dark built-in screen of the helmet immediately lit up, and countless light particles rushed in front of it in a three-dimensional posture, as clear as if they really existed. Iris verification program started. Confirmed as a new user. Registering. Genetic code has been logged in. Please set a nickname. Seeing this, the emotions of the players in the audience were relatively stable, and they did not show any surprise. So far, Futureman Technology has not shown any difference between the VR device they designed and those VR devices on the market. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. The light on the screen gradually dimmed, just like a person closing his eyes to sleep. Suddenly, the picture suddenly became bright. Like an epic music playing in her ears, butterflies flew through the flowers and landed on the fingertips of a graceful elf. She looked out of the jungle, where there was a human city. The shining blades of the armor, accompanied by the soul-stirring drums, the soldiers shouted and rushed towards the orcs' defense line, and then were smashed to pieces by the iron hooves of the wolf cavalry. In the distant hills, the dragon roared, and the dragon knight rushed down from the peak. The high-temperature flames vented, sweeping the orcs' charge like cutting wheat. All of this seemed to be real. What shocked everyone was not the vividness of the picture, but the immersive sense of deja vu. Could it be the virtual game helmet in the novel? Not that kind of VR equipment or other rubbish. Damn, it can fly. This is incredible. I didn't expect such a shocking technology to come from a Chinese company. What? This is not the Nerve Gear helmet in Sword Art Online? Damn. It was actually made by Future Technology. Patiently waiting for the players, to vent their shock and excitement, and when the voices of discussion gradually subsided, Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand and motioned people to look at him. The promotional CG just now includes the operation method of the Phantom virtual helmet, as well as the full version of the game promotional CG. For the specific content of the game, please wait for the cruise ship to arrive at Koro Island and experience the charm of this virtual reality online game with your own eyes. Here, I announce that the 2-month internal test has officially begun. I hope you all have fun on the cruise ship. Cakes, drinks, and everything here are free. This is also a little gift from our future man technology to all the supporters who have come here from afar. Thank you. As soon as the voice fell, warm applause broke out from the audience. In this thunderous applause, Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand to leave. The lights in the banquet hall came on again, and the elegant music sounded again. People were pulled back to reality from the shock of virtual reality. So handsome. A girl in a long skirt, holding a mobile phone, looked at the direction of the stage like a fan. The pink blush, I don't know if it is rouge or a blush brought by some kind of reverie. Wei Wendang, who was standing nearby, could not help but complain in his heart when he saw this. The light is on, but the dream is still going on. Chapter 430 Investment Boom. Young, rich, single, easygoing and unpretentious, Jiang Chen naturally became the center of the party. Surrounded by a circle of beautiful women, many outstanding female anchors frequently toasted to Jiang Chen, which made the male players next to him very envious. Think about it, if you can get close to such a rich man, it is not just a matter of saving many years of hard work. I'm afraid it is not an exaggeration to say that you will save many lifetimes of hard work. However, at Jiang Chen's level, ordinary mediocre women can no longer attract much interest in him. He accepted the toast of the beautiful woman very gentlemanly, but he did not say anything about the naked hint. Because he only knew one foreign language, he did not communicate much with foreign players, but he did chat with several well-known domestic esports players. For example, a player named Wei Wendang suggested to him to add annual or monthly arena competition element to this open RPG online game. Once the online game has competitiveness, the player's enthusiasm for studying technology and user stickiness will be much higher. Jiang Chen listened to this suggestion humbly and said that he would consider joining the public beta. Often, these senior players may even know the advantages and disadvantages of a game better than the game developers. Even if they haven't started playing yet, they at least know what they want to play. There was also a British player who asked about the selling price of the helmet and the charging method of the game. Jiang Chen did not answer this question on the spot, but only said that before the game is officially launched, Future Man Technology will hold a press conference to announce the matter. After staying in the banquet hall for half an hour, seeing that more and more people were surrounding him, Jiang Chen had no choice but to leave. He felt that, if he stayed here, he was afraid that this banquet would turn into a press conference. However, there was one question he had never answered the players. That is this game a VR device like a head-mounted display, a sommelier sensory vest and a sensory glove, or an immersive virtual reality like that depicted in novels, movies, and animations? Jiang Chen always gave only one answer. When you put on the virtual reality helmet, you will understand everything. This cruise ship did not go directly to Koro Island. It sailed slowly from Melbourne to the Coral Sea, stopped at the Solomon Islands, and then crossed the Bismarck Sea of New Guinea to Koro Island. The 3-day cruise cost Jiang Chen $7 million, equivalent to 42 million RMB. On the one hand, this was to make a big news, to warm up the game, and on the other hand, it was to advertise the tourism industry of Koro Island. Back to the cruise ship's guest room, Jiang Chen immediately lay down on the bed in a big letter shape, burped in a very unpresentable way, and then reached out to pull off the tie at his collar. What does it feel like to get drunk from drinking champagne? I don't know if it was a burp or a burp, but it's probably this feeling. The ringtone rang, and Jiang Chen reached out from his pocket to get his phone. It was Sun Jiao calling. Hello. Are you drunk? A little bit. What's the matter? Jiang Chen reached out to unbutton the 2 buttons on his chest, raised his hand to fan the air and said, "Well, I want to ask, how is the situation over there?" Sun Jiao asked with concern. "It's perfect." Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly. "Well, it seems that you are really drunk." Sun Jiao sighed and paused. Let's talk about business. Is it convenient for you now? Of course it's convenient. Sun Jiao cleared her throat and reported on the phone. This is what happened. Internationally renowned companies operating 5-star hotels such as Intercontinental Hotels Group, Hilton International Hotels Group, Jumeirah, St. Regis, and Four Seasons have also submitted letters of intent to Future People International, hoping to cooperate in this development project. For example, they can get a share of the hotel project in the tourist facilities. Jiang Chen is of course very welcome to this, and he can't make all the money by himself. What confuses him is that in view of the current situation, the three major international rating agencies, Fitch Ratings, Standard & Poor's and Moody's, have all downgraded the sovereign credit rating of Singapore. Why are there still so many large groups keen to invest in the Panu Islands? After hearing Jiang Chen's question, Sun Jiao explained it very professionally. This situation is like the trading volume of a stock is often inversely proportional to the rating agency and the company's quarterly report. Risk means profit. In the current civil war situation, the Philippines is deeply mired in the quagmire of civil war and is unlikely to have the energy to make a fuss about the prisoner issue with Singapore. Although the terrorist attacks some time ago caused investors' enthusiasm to cool down, Starring Trade urgently announced a budget of $200 million to establish National Security Department. Such a strong move has rekindled investors' enthusiasm. Investing is originally a bet on an expectation, and the vitality shown by Singapore is undoubtedly worth their investment. On the other hand, given Singapore's continued tough attitude towards the Philippines, combined with the current gradually heating up situation in the South China Sea and a series of events such as beaching and refusing to apologize, the hostility between the Chinese and Philippine people is serious. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chinese public opinion is likely to favor Singapore. The impact of diplomatic relations on the people-to-people exchanges between the two countries is usually manifested at the economic level, which is particularly evident in Asia, where nationalism is prevalent. There is no doubt that once this $8.7 billion infrastructure and tourism resource development project is completed, it will inevitably trigger a wave of tourism, mainly from Chinese tourists. Considering the local climate conditions and excellent scenic resources, wealthy Chinese tourists, and the rapidly growing economic environment, it is almost foreseeable that, as long as this new regime remains stable, this place will surely develop into the Maldives of the Pacific Ocean. By the way, Sun Jiao, are you interested in being the CEO of Future Group? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Are you drunk, or are you telling the truth? The truth. Jiang Chen said seriously, after holding back his burp. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Sun Jiao hugged her elbows and changed her hand to hold the phone. Can I know the reason? What she wanted to hear was, I want you to stay by my side. Because I'm optimistic about your ability. Jiang Chen said seriously. There was silence on the other end of the phone for half a minute. Just when Jiang Chen was wondering why she didn't speak, Sun Jiao sighed helplessly and said with her hand on her forehead. Can we wait until the virtual reality project is on the right track? I'm most familiar with the entire planning plan, and I'm not sure if I can leave it to others. Of course. Jiang Chen said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen threw the phone on the pillow. It was really lonely without Asia around. Maybe she would go to the apocalypse to find Sun Jiao. Well, forget about using the time travel method on a vehicle. You might fall into the sea next time you come back. Let's take a shower to sober up. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen sat up from the bed and walked towards the bathroom at the entrance. But at this moment, the doorbell rang. Chapter 431 Test. Frowning slightly, Jiang Chen walked to the door and reached out to press the small TV embedded in the wall. The camera outside the door turned on, and it was a woman dressed as a waitress. She had a European face, brown wavy hair under the purple waitress hat, and a silver white badge on her purple open-fronted coat. She was holding a tray with champagne and wine glasses in her hands, and was looking at the camera with a smile. Jiang Chen noticed that the two buttons on the chest of the white shirt she wore under the waitress's coat were open, and there were two crystal glasses on the tray. It seemed to be hinting at something. I remember I didn't order champagne. I want to vomit when I see it now. Jiang Chen joked. Sir, but you will need it, the waitress said with a smile. Surprisingly, she spoke fluent Chinese. Looking at the deep ravines, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. Don't you invite me in? She said in a frivolous tone. Playfully raising her eyebrows, Jiang Chen opened the door with the smell of alcohol on her body. The waitress walked in with a cat-like step, carrying a whiff of pheromone perfume, and passed by Jiang Chen with a tray. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what she was playing. I guess you're not a waitress. Putting the tray on the bedside table, the beautiful woman poured wine into 2 crystal glasses, and said in an ambiguous tone, if I don't pretend to be a waitress, your bodyguard won't let me get close to this room. Then who are you? Walking behind her, Jiang Chen asked playfully. Your female fan. I don't fool around with fans. Rolling her eyes at Jiang Chen, the beautiful woman turned around, elegantly holding the wine glass, and walked into his arms, with her left hand on his shoulder. Are all Chinese men so vulgar in their conversation? Jiang Chen gently held her left hand. Then I should ask you to leave gracefully? Refusing a lady is not elegant. You should carry me to the bathroom gracefully. She took the opportunity to get close to Jiang Chen's ear and exhaled a slightly warm air. A heat surged in his lower abdomen, and Jiang Chen raised his head honestly. Sensing Jiang Chen's change, the beauty pursed her red lips in pride. Who is this guy? I don't even know your name. With a flickering look in his eyes, Jiang Chen played with the little hand he held in his hand, and asked in her ear, isn't this very exciting? You just need to know that I'm one of the 2,000 players you invited. The beauty bit Jiang Chen's ear and said, one of the 2,000 players? I don't think I saw you at the banquet. Jiang Chen carefully recalled the scene at the banquet, but he had no impression of this face at all. You can't remember every face of the 2,000 players, but after tonight, you will only remember me. Raising the wine glass and taking a sip of champagne, the beauty kissed Jiang Chen. The wine was passed in a long French kiss, and Jiang Chen's hand wrapped around her buttocks. Lips parted. Jiang Chen panted and grinned. I need to check if you have any contraband. Mr. Officer, I'll be happy to do that. The beauty smiled and unbuttoned her clothes. The purple coat and white shirt fell to the ground. Jiang Chen picked her up with a wicked smile and walked towards the bathroom. The sound of water dripping down, the oriole with its feathers wet made crisp chirps, and the papapa echoed in the room like applause. A love-making. Lying on Jiang Chen's body, the beauty's face was flushed, breathing evenly, while drawing circles on the sturdy chest with her fingertips. Are you thirsty? A little. Jiang Chen calmed his breathing and grinned. I told you that you would need it. The beauty smiled and reached out to take the champagne on the bedside table. Jiang Chen smiled and reached out to take it, but she dodged it. I'll feed you. Shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Chen just lay there, watching her take a sip of champagne, and then move towards his lips. Not sure if it was his illusion, but the alcohol content of the champagne seemed a bit high. He had worked up a sweat during the exercise, and was somewhat sober, but after a few sips of champagne, Jiang Chen actually felt a bit drunk. Are you sleepy? A little bit. What color are my panties? The beauty said playfully, while lying next to Jiang Chen's ear. Purple. Jiang Chen yawned sleepily. He still remembered this detail. What about the golden apple? The beauty smiled. Black. No. Jiang Chen suddenly reacted, but his face was still drunk. Of course it's gold. Jiang Chen laughed and patted the hip. The golden apple is of course black, but if you said it was black at this moment, it would be a bit bad. As he expected, this woman's identity is not simple. KGB. Probably not. Russia and New Zealand are currently in a honeymoon period. Willie? Possible. Rothschild family? Possible, but unlikely. After all, Carmen just lent him 30 billion in loans. It is unlikely to do something that will obviously turn against him. What other organizations are possible? CIA. British MI6. Since the KGB knew about the golden apple, it makes no sense that the NATO intelligence department that controls the Valley Society would not know about it. The beauty's eyes clearly flashed with disappointment, but it was quickly hidden by the smile on her red lips. The technological level of the future people's technology gave their organization sufficient reason to suspect that he might have the golden apple and obtained the black technology from the future. She put a drug-containing sleeping ingredients in the wine. Under the influence of alcohol, and without any defense, he could not consciously lie. But Jiang Chen did not answer the correct answer, and his expression did not change at all. Could it be that the technology in his hands was really made by his scientific research team? The beauty was a little confused for a while. At this time, the microphone hidden in her ear conveyed the instructions of her superiors, ordering her to end the mission and prepare to evacuate. It seems that her superiors also believe that the golden apple is not on Jiang Chen. Are you a Catholic believer? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Sister, if it weren't for my genetically enhanced physical fitness, you might have really tricked me out of it. Maybe you should take some world history classes. The name of the golden apple comes from Greek mythology, symbolizing beautiful and supreme things, such as love. The beautiful spy stretched out her hand and rubbed Jiang Chen's cheek, saying softly, "Is there such an explanation? I don't read much, don't lie to me." Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Then let me guess, are you Italian?" Jiang Chen thanked her for changing the subject and continued to pretend to be stupid. "Polish." The look in her eyes didn't seem to be lying. "Can I know your name?" Jiang Chen held her waist with a little force and whispered in her ear in an ambiguous tone. "Of course not." The beautiful spy smiled and stretched out her hand to Jiang Chen's neck. "But seeing that you are so powerful, we can do it again before we say goodbye." She was really reluctant to leave like this. The 2 hours of fighting power made her heart still not get rid of the afterglow. But now that he has lost his suspicion, the meaning of the beauty trap no longer exists. Jiang Chen smiled evilly, turned over and put her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Pretending to be Ignorant. Jiang Chen now had two choices. First, catch her, and then use truth serum to pry out the information from this beautiful spy and find out her identity. But in this way, the other party would confirm that he was not unaware of the golden apple. Jiang Chen did not believe that she did not have any earphones or something like that, and implanting invisible communication equipment in the ear canal was not some black technology. He did not believe that she would go to the meeting alone. Second, pretend to be ignorant and let her go. Although this would not be able to figure out her identity, it would be able to completely get rid of the suspicion on himself. Flip the cards and declare war, or cover the cards and hide? Jiang Chen hesitated for only 2 seconds before choosing the latter. Because if he chose the former, even if he knew the other party's identity, he would not be able to do anything to the other party because he had not yet formed an intelligence organization. After another 2 hours of fierce fighting, the female spy who did not want to reveal her name was almost broken, and Jiang Chen did not let her go until she begged for mercy with a hint of pain. After taking a shower, she did not stay in Jiang Chen's room, but put on her clothes and said goodbye to Jiang Chen. After a few token words of persuasion, Jiang Chen sent her to the door. After closing the door, Jiang Chen saw that the night had fallen outside the window, so he went back to bed and fell asleep. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Jiang Chen, who knew that she had left, pretended to want to see her again and asked the bodyguard to get the player information. Not finding her among the 2,000 players, Jiang Chen then found the captain of the cruise ship and asked her the name on the waiter's nameplate. Jiang Chen would never believe that she had no accomplices responsible for support on the ship, so he could only play dumb. After confirming that there was no such person on the ship, Jiang Chen ordered the bodyguard and the waiter to search for the person's trace in the cruise ship. No one was found, and finally a stack of waiter uniforms was found in the rear cabin of the cruise ship. The nameplate on the chest was the name of the person Jiang Chen met last night. The bodyguard sent the clothes to Jiang Chen's room. From the pocket of the clothes, Jiang Chen found a knotted panties and a neatly written note. "Hello, I'm gone. Are you surprised to find that I'm gone? Before coming here, I poisoned my body fluids. Anyone who slept with me will be poisoned. I originally planned to use the antidote to force you to surrender, abduct you to Poland, and make you my captive. But then I thought about it carefully and felt that it was really unromantic to keep you imprisoned by my side like this. If you find this dress, it means that you still have the intention to find me. The antidote is in the purple panties. If you have slept with me and forgot about me, it would be better for you to die. So bye Oriental handsome boy, see you again, if we are destined to. The message did not mention her identity as a spy, but used a fabricated reason to cover up her behavior. Leaning on the bed, Jiang Chen sighed and muttered to himself, don't you know that for people with an immunity index of more than 20, even AIDS will have no effect? Taking out the ep and putting it on, looking at the words immunity. 27 in the attribute column, Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Just as he thought, there was no word abnormal in the status bar. But then again, he really didn't expect that the beautiful spy would actually poison B. After discovering this, he really didn't expect that she would show mercy and leave the antidote, and even made up a story to cover up her motives. Is this the credit of her face? Or the credit of her dick? Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought narcissistically. The voyage in the past 3 days was very peaceful. The cruise ship's course avoided all the dark clouds, and there were pleasant and beautiful scenery everywhere it passed. When he went on basically wandered around on the cruise ship during the day, enjoying sunbathing and the swimsuits of the beauties on the artificial beach on the top of the cruise ship, and went back to his room at night to play New Era and broadcast live. Regarding the game New Era, after careful consideration, he decided to put the live broadcast of New Era on hold after the god-level continent was officially launched, and devote all his energy to that virtual reality online game. He had a hunch that once mature virtual reality online games came out, the entire world's gaming landscape would be reshuffled. Will people who are used to immersive games still be interested in games on the screen? Perhaps. After all, mobile games can fill people's trivial time after work, which is also the sentiment of many people. But human energy is limited after all, and Wei Wendong knows how much trouble it takes to play 2 large online games at the same time. With the popularity of virtual reality games, people's choice of mobile games will inevitably gradually turn to fast-paced, simple, and casual games. Not to mention other large mobile games, it is difficult to guarantee that New Era under future technology will not be impacted by god-level continent. Although future technology did not admit that Phantom is an immersive virtual reality device, Wei Wendong, who is used to the surprises brought by future technology, is still willing to believe that they will bring surprises to players all over the world again. Otherwise, why go to so much trouble to promote it? In any case, for him who has already reached the top position in the industry in New Era, giving up New Era is undoubtedly a gamble. However, he had no psychological burden for this gamble. After all, the royal family had spent 20 million to sign him for the next 5 years. And he also had the confidence that he could thrive in this game with his excellent skills, game intuition and internal testing experience. 3 days later, 2,000 players disembarked at Koro Island and came to a large business hotel under the reception of Future Technology employees. The hotel was booked by Future Technology for 2 months as an internal testing base. The banquet hall, which can accommodate 2,000 people, was converted into a special testing venue. 2,000 special cotton chairs and 2,000 phantom helmets. According to the organizer, each person's identity is bound to the helmet number, and the helmet cannot be taken out of the test site. In addition, taking photos or videos in the test base is not allowed. Once discovered, the test qualification will be immediately revoked, and the return ticket of the violator will not be reimbursed. The daily test time starts from 8 AM to 6 PM, during which time players need to play at least 6 hours of game time every day. The test site is open as usual on Saturdays and Sundays, but players can also choose to play games or move freely on the island. Finally, after listening to the organizer's explanation, Wei Wendong picked up his helmet number 0008. When he found that there was no somatosensory vest and induction gloves, he burst into unspeakable ecstasy. Sure enough, immersive virtual reality helmet. He immediately lay down on his own recliner and put on the helmet impatiently. According to the program prompt, he immediately registered the idea of Shadow King, and then suppressed his pounding heart and confirmed to enter the game. The feeling of heart pounding was instantly peeled off from his body. When he opened his eyes again, He was facing the grey-white cube space. Standing in this cube space, he almost couldn't help kneeling down and kissing the floor that could even feel the cold temperature. The interface popped up, and according to the organizer's instructions, he clicked on the god-level continent game, registered the game character Shadow King, and then chose the mage, with 80% similarity of the character's appearance randomly selected. He couldn't wait to make a fireball and experience the feeling of controlling magic. A ray of light flashed when he opened his eyes again. What came into view was the quaint street, the novice village of the human race. Street vendors were hawking one after another. Pedestrians dressed as adventurers hurried by. Bards were singing songs on the street, and onlookers threw copper coins into his hat from time to time. All this seemed to be real, and all NPCs seemed to be alive. Yes, artificial intelligence. Futureman technology must have used artificial intelligence similar to Xiaobai on NPCs. Although he didn't know what a terrifying project it would be to install artificial intelligence on so many NPCs, he didn't think about it so much at the moment and was completely immersed in the shock of gaining a second life. Holding a long wooden staff, he stood stiffly in the central square of the novice village with more than 100 newcomers. In order to remember this shock in his heart, he didn't move a step, but just looked around excitedly. Suddenly, his expression froze. Damn. More than 90 wizards? The 90 or so mages were doing nothing but gesturing in the air excitedly, probably busy looking for skills to cast fireballs. When he went on was stunned. Such a large occupation ratio tilt appeared at the beginning of the internal test. He suddenly had a bad feeling that this occupation would definitely be nerfed. Chapter 433, Choices of All Parties. The office building of Penguin Group is busy at the moment. The employees who occasionally walk through the corridors all look unhappy. The continuous decline in performance has made them vaguely smell the crisis of layoffs. Yes, QQ has not had a good time recently. Since the launch of the chat function of FutureMan 1.0 last year, the number of active users of questions has been showing a weak trend. The person in charge of the questions project department has almost turned grey and has not come up with any good way to make a comeback. What? You mean user stickiness? That's right. When your relatives, friends and even netizens use questions, it is really difficult for you to change the chat tool. But when your relatives, friends and netizens have basically installed FutureMan 1.0 on their mobile phones, and FutureMan 1.0 happens to come with a chat function, then is questions really irreplaceable. In particular, FutureMan technology has used a very insidious trick, the friend synchronization technology. WeChat and questions can synchronize mobile phone contact lists, and FutureMan 1.0 very domineeringly synchronizes WeChat and questions friend lists. That is, any user who has downloaded FutureMan 1.0 and questions or WeChat at the same time can synchronize friends in the list of FutureMan 1.0 with one click and intelligently group them according to user habits. This move really pissed off the head of the questions project department, but he had no choice. FutureMan technology did not violate any law. The unilateral copying with the user's consent did not affect the normal operation of questions, and did not violate the relevant laws restricting vicious competition. At least most of the mobile communication software market share has been taken away by FutureMan technology. Fortunately, QQ is still supported by the PC terminal, but WeChat, which has always had impressive performance, is in trouble. The foundation supporting the Penguin Empire is the questions number, and any of its products are built on this foundation. And now, FutureMan 1.0 has begun to reach out to the building itself. Boss, FutureMan technology has a new move. A secretary wearing square-framed glasses walked into the office and gently placed a document on Mahua Teng's desk. Old Ma sat at his desk with a gloomy face, his eyes never leaving the laptop screen. It was an article reprinted by the news network. The virtual reality masterpiece God-level continent has started internal testing, and FutureMan technology invites 2,000 players from all over the world to board a luxury cruise ship. These days, FutureMan technology has been promoting virtual reality. Mahua Teng is very skeptical that FutureMan technology can make back the money it spent on publicity in the end. He still knows something about virtual reality technology. Although China has made some achievements in the field of virtual reality, there is still a big gap compared to internet giants such as Microsoft and Google. Even foreign virtual reality online games are still in the starting stage, so why are you rushing to join them? Wait until others have eaten the meat, and then take their leftovers and stir fry them. Isn't it delicious? Why do you have to research, innovate, and invent? Anyway, in this market of 1.3 billion, copyright is shit. It's just stupid. Tut tut, you don't know how to do business. Ma Huateng shook his head. However, despite this, Futureman Technologies' move still caused a lot of trouble for Penguin. If the virtual reality online game that has entered the internal testing stage is really as mysterious as they say, it will undoubtedly be an unprecedented breakthrough for any traditional online game on PC and mobile terminals. What is distressing is that the test site of God-level continent was chosen in the Panu Islands, and no media interviews were accepted. No photos were leaked, and Penguin has too little information. Is it a traditional somatosensory VR device or the legendary immersive VR device? Even on the internet, there is a lot of controversy. Many people who claim to be internal test players, Water Army, posted that it is actually a somatosensory device. But there are also people who claim to be internal test players who claim that Futureman Technology has developed the legendary immersive device. The so-called no picture speaks louder, because no photos have been leaked, making everything about the God-level continent seem confusing. Boss, the secretary asked tentatively, are there any well-known virtual reality companies in China? Ma Huateng sighed and said, Wang He Lexiang Technology Co Limited launched the Deepun virtual reality device last year. It uses Samsung AMOLED 1080p Full HD screen with a refresh rate of up to 75Hz and a wide viewing angle of 120 degrees. It performed well at last year's CES. Sent someone to discuss the acquisition. Ma Huateng waved his hand and said, yes. The secretary nodded, turned around and walked out of the door quickly. The acquisition should not be difficult. The domestic virtual reality industry has always been tepid, and tepidity means that there is little capital chasing. If someone is willing to pay for their creativity, I believe they will be happy to realize the technology in their hands. Ma Huateng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, overlooking the street view of Shenzhen City and his reflection on the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes narrowed slightly. Very good, since you, Future People Technology, have announced the entry into the virtual reality era, then I will come to play with you. The so-called Icarus paradox refers to the fact that companies with a monopoly position are afraid of change and are unwilling to update their management, technology, and business models. This will make it difficult for them to adapt to the rapidly changing environment and lose their advantage in the new competition. So what is the Icarus effect? That is, companies that already have a monopoly in the current market will spare no effort to use their own resources to prevent this change from happening. Just like energy giants withdrawing investment from new energy development and maliciously acquiring new energy vehicle companies. However, the equity structure of Futureman Technology is as stable as a rock, and its operating conditions are extremely good, which makes many internet giants feel that they have no way to start. At this moment, far away at Microsoft headquarters in Seattle, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella is sitting at his desk, staring at the coffee on the table in silence, and listening to his assistants report in a distracted manner. HoloLens sales in July increased by 27% overall. When he heard this, he came back to his senses. HoloLens is a holographic glasses designed by Microsoft, based on the Windows 10 framework. Since its release in 2016, the market response has been good, but such a significant sales fluctuation is indeed rare. As of the close, the Nasdaq's virtual reality sector rose across the board, influenced by the virtual reality business launched last year. Our company's stock also rose by 3%. The 3% increase on that day was already a very objective increase for Microsoft, a behemoth. Nadella closed his eyes, establish a subsidiary to operate the HoloLens project and immediately release a development announcement for HoloLens 2. The assistant widened his eyes and looked at Nadella in disbelief. But HoloLens has just been launched. Could it be? Nadella glanced at the assistant and said nothing. He knew what he wanted to say. Building a shell, issuing an announcement, and listing a subsidiary. This is a rhythm of preparing to find a buyer. But the prospects for virtual reality are bright. Why do this? The board of directors will not agree. The assistant reminded cautiously. Don't think too much, I'm just making 2 preparations. Nadella stood up. I will explain to the board of directors, and I also need to ask Gates' opinion. After speaking, Nadella left the office, leaving the assistant with a shocked face. Holding the documents, the assistant stood there for a long time. He didn't understand why Microsoft, with its strength, needed to make preparations for both scenarios. Inside the office building of 361 Group. God-level continent? Virtual reality online game. Oh, interesting. Zhao Hongwei was amazed while browsing the webpage on the laptop screen. Boss, you don't seem to be in a hurry? Standing next to the desk, his capable man Zhang Jianfeng smiled bitterly. What's the hurry? Zhao Hongwei glanced at him and leaned back in his office chair. Is this thing rushed? It's been more than half a year, and Future Man is about to be updated to 2.0, but the project department responsible for cracking it has not produced any results. It's really a bunch of waste. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongwei was angry. Although 361 and Future Man Technology have cooperation on projects, Zhao Hongwei has never stopped cracking Future Man 1.0. But just a while ago, he completely gave up cracking Future Man 1.0 and disbanded the project department responsible for cracking Future Man 1.0. He knew very well that it was definitely not just his company that made such a choice. The confidentiality measures of Future Man 1.0 were as hard as a tortoise shell, which made it impossible for him to start. I remember that at the beginning of the year, he had found an old friend who worked in the patent office and wanted him to help copy some patent documents applied by Future Man Technology from the data room. However, his old friend said helplessly that the people in their patent office had repeatedly persuaded Future Man Technology to submit detailed technical information as soon as possible, and what were the benefits of applying for patents. But the answer of the CEO of Future Man Technology was still so unkind. No need. What a no need. How much contempt this must have for those coders who were conscientiously facing the wall of Future Man 1.0. But now, Future Man Technology has thrown out a smoke bomb of virtual reality. Zhao Hongwei couldn't help cursing in his heart. Can't you throw out new technology slowly? The previous ones haven't been cracked yet, and you throw out a new thing. You are taking such a big step. Aren't you afraid of pulling your balls? Boss. Seeing the boss's face turn pale and blue, Zhang Jianfeng asked tentatively. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Hongwei recovered from his distraction. I want to hear your opinion. Zhang Jianfeng nodded. It was obvious that he came prepared. Seeing that his boss asked about his opinion, he immediately stated it. There are probably 2 ways in front of us now. One is to acquire a ready-made virtual reality technology company and see if we can take advantage of the virtual reality craze created by Future Man Technology. The second is to miss this opportunity. After all, there is still a lot of room for development in the mobile phone and PC markets. If all the capital goes to chase the virtual reality industry, this will be a good opportunity for us to expand our market share in the mobile phone and PC fields. Zhao Hongwei closed his eyes and thought for a long time. After a while, he sighed. I prefer the second option. Zhang Jianfeng breathed a sigh of relief. I think so too. Regardless of whether Future Man Technology is frantically promoting virtual reality online games, whether such a big step will lead to failure, if 361 also takes such a big step, it will almost certainly lead to failure. It's better to be steady. Even if virtual reality is magical, it is impossible to replace mobile phones. Compared with the 3 giants of BAT, 361's strength is still far behind. Even if Zhao Hongwei wants to compete with them, I'm afraid the chances of winning are not very high. Funding is one aspect, and technology is another. 361 does not have an advantage in these 2 aspects. At this moment, it should not follow the trend, but take advantage of the capital rushing into the virtual reality industry to do the opposite and expand its market share on the mobile side. Hasn't 361 search gradually shaken Baidu's market share? We should work harder on this and let those big hooligans fight with Future Man Technology. We should keep a steady hand. After all, because of the last Lingayu technology incident, 361 and Future Man technology are still closely cooperating. Zhao Hanwei sighed. To be honest, he was a little unwilling to make such a choice, but he had no choice. However, what he didn't know was that he would be glad for his choice just a few months later. Chapter 434 Alien Tide. Zhao Xiao reported the industry intelligence to Jiang Chen. For example, Penguin spent $600 million to acquire 51% of Wang Hailexiang's shares from Zunlei and Kiang Network at a premium, becoming its largest shareholder. And on the day of the acquisition, Penguin announced to users that questions would enter the virtual reality field and released a mysterious poster indicating that virtual reality online games were on the way. Another example is Baidu Company, which has reached out to foreign countries, reached a strategic cooperation with Sony, and announced its entry into the virtual reality market. Microsoft, Google. However, after hearing these news, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry at all. The situation he is facing now is probably equivalent to him driving a tank forward, while his opponent is still busy polishing the lead bullets of the musket and gesturing with the spear and bow in his hand. The contest between civilized people and natives, although on the same stage, is not a heavyweight at all. When the internal test is over in 2 months, the global media will probably get some news, and the virtual helmet will be sold in another month, and the game will be launched in another month. The whole world will be shocked by the virtual reality technology of Future Man technology. The first close contact between thinking and circuit boards will be led by Future Man technology. In addition, I received several emails in my mailbox. 6 military enterprises, including China Ordnance Industry Corporation, Plex Tech Company of the United Kingdom, and Raytheon Company of the United States, expressed interest in our technology. They said that, if we can provide a technical description, they are willing to cooperate with us in the field of military training. Zhao Xiao continued to report to Jiang Chen on the phone. Military enterprises extend olive branches to internet application companies? This situation is really rare. However, judging from their tentative wording, it seems that they are also cautious about cooperating with Future Man technology. After all, this kind of cooperation will involve many confidential military equipment parameters. In principle, military enterprises will not cooperate with foreign companies. Even if they cooperate, it will only stay at the level of outsourcing parts processing. At least for now, the outside world knows nothing about the server specifications, computing power, and how many users can log in at the same time of virtual reality. And when virtual reality is launched to the world next year, his missile silos will be planted like dumplings. Use nuclear weapons to deter the 5 gangsters, and use the virtual network that is superior to the plain network to connect the world. When the whole world cannot do without the second world built by Future Man technology, no one will be stupid enough to go against Future Man technology. Games are just the tip of the iceberg of virtual reality. When that time comes, it's time to reach out to space. Jiang Chen's thoughts were looking into the distance, and he narrowed his eyes as he imagined this beautiful blueprint. Jiang Chen? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak for a long time, Zhao Xiao asked as if to confirm. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Chen only thought for 2 seconds, and made a choice. Decline. Okay. In addition, people from the patent office are coming more and more frequently. Zhao Xiao teased. Then let them come a few more times. With absolute technological advantages, we don't need any patent documents to keep it secret. If we really make the technology public for people to refer to, we will be kicked out. No country will be willing to let new technology slip away from their own country. As long as the technology of Future Man is irreplaceable, even if the Wang family wants to eat him up now, they can't do anything. After all, he has successfully forced Jiang Chen to become an international enterprise, and for this reason, they themselves have been criticized by their colleagues. But at the same time, no country's patent will be registered, because Jiang Chen does not need it, and does not intend to license his technology to others in a few decades. If you want to crack his Future Man 1.0, you must at least have a professional book on the basic knowledge of D++. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen stretched and sat up from the sofa. These days, He rarely experienced leisure time, but facing this empty villa, he was really bored. Occasionally visiting his parents, accompanying his father to go fishing at sea, and chatting with his mother. These days are also very pleasant. It's just that I miss Aisha a little bit. I don't know how her training on the island is going. He was no longer needed to watch over the virtual reality internal test. Bakary pulled 20 security guards and 30 clerks from Xinghuan Trading Company to assist in the internal test. All game data will be transmitted to Linling's computer through the 4-dimensional communication chip made by Linling. After information screening, she will submit it to the game development department in the Fishbone base. Soon it was August 7th. Jiang Chen was originally planning to delay his return until the 15th, but a message from Linling changed his mind. Big pervert, Sun Jiao asked you to come back soon. As soon as he returned to the end of the world, Jiang Chen felt the abnormal atmosphere. Even in the villa, he could faintly hear the explosions of artillery and rifle shooting. Without stopping, Jiang Chen immediately went to the community center and found Sun Jiao with a solemn face and Han Junhe with an indifferent expression in the marshal's office. Seeing Jiang Chen, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up obviously, and she stood up and walked to greet him. Han Junhe just glanced at him indifferently, and then his eyes returned to the holographic battle map on the table. After kissing Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen walked to the command table and asked, "What happened?" It has been confirmed that Wanghei City has indeed had an outbreak of alien species. Sun Jiao rarely said with a naughty face. Alien species? Jiang Chen asked puzzledly. According to the information taken by the drone, the activity of zombies in the city center has increased greatly, and the zombies that were originally crowded in the city center have begun to spread to the suburbs. At the same time, the alien species in Wanghei City have entered a manic state. Even the mutant cockroaches that were originally less aggressive have shown strong aggression. Folding his arms, Han Junhe stared at the map intently and explained to Jiang Chen casually. Cockroaches are scavengers, and mutations have not changed their eating habits. Generally speaking, the mutant cockroaches in the wasteland are safe. As long as you don't reach out to touch it, it will generally not attack you actively. There are also creatures like mutant flies and mice, which are usually very weak in aggression. However, when the alien tide breaks out, these originally gentle aliens will also become violent. There are only two ways to resolve the alien tide. One is migration, and the other is killing. It is said that only when the density of zombies and aliens drops to a certain level, this expansion caused by the competition for living space will stop. The so-called alien tide is the war between humans and aliens for living space. Yes, that's it. Seeing Han Junhe explained it for her, Sun Jiao nodded. Can these creatures run in even with the wall blocking them? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Suppose tens of thousands of zombies rush towards a wall at the same time. The zombies in front fall down, and the zombies behind step on the zombies in front. In the face of a large-scale zombie tide, the wall is not absolutely reliable. In addition, it is not just zombies that threaten us, but also alien species. Aliens that originally only hibernated in humid high radiation areas have also entered the suburbs. Han Junhe said in a deep voice. For example, mutated mosquitoes. They fly very fast, have slender limbs, and are difficult to target. Currently, 7 soldiers have died at the hands of mutant mosquitoes, and 13 have been injured in Camp 27. All the battle data were memorized by Han Junhe. It seems that we have no choice but to cancel the expedition. Jiang Chen frowned. No, Han Junhe said. Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao both looked at her. Even if we terminate the expedition, the mutants will not give up launching military operations against us in winter. Not only can we not terminate the expedition, but we must also solve the problem of mutants before the alien tide enters a white-hot stage. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, but now the signs of the alien tide have appeared, so what do you say we should do? Send troops immediately and fight on 2 fronts. Han Junhe said in a deep voice. This is too risky. You have not experienced the alien tide, so you don't know how terrifying it is. Sun Jiao couldn't help but say. It is precisely because of the horror of that thing that we should do this. Otherwise, even if we survive the alien tide, we may not be able to resist the mutants' counterattack. The specific combat strategy is to focus on defense on the eastern front and deploy all armored forces to attack on the western front, strive to solve the mutant problem in the shortest time, and then return to defend the suburbs of Wanghei City. Han Junhua said calmly. As a Pac Army colonel, it is not the first time for her to face such a decision. But what if the western front is in a stalemate? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Then make plans to completely abandon the east front, move the entire army to the west front, and evacuate Wanghei City. Abandon Wanghei City? How is that possible? Han Junhua continued to speak, as if he had seen through the hesitation on Jiang Chen's face. As a leader, you should consider the consequences of failure, but you should not be afraid of the consequences of failure. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly asked, if you choose to fight on two fronts, how should the troops be deployed? Mobilize all armored forces to equip the first corps and launch a blitzkrieg against Side 7 and Jaya City with the cooperation of the Stalker Corps. The third corps will continue to be stationed in the 6th block, hiring local mercenaries and lone travelers to defend the line of defense. Part of the 2nd Corps stationed in camp number 27 will return to defend the Fishbone base and completely shrink the line of defense to the outermost part of the suburbs. Han Junhua stretched out his hand and tapped on the holographic map and quickly completed the deployment plan. The armored forces are not at an advantage when facing a large-scale zombie swarm, so it is better to boldly transfer all of them to the west front to fight against the mutants. Although the aliens could not tear open the armor of the Prowler tank, the total weight of 112 tons was not without natural enemies for the power-type aliens. If they can't bite you, can't they overturn you? And those acid spitters are also a problem for armored units. Do as you say, Jiang Chen said softly. Han Junhua nodded and walked out the door. Chapter 435, Shrinking the Defense Line. After 5 days of resistance, under the command of the headquarters, Camp 27 chose a strategic retreat. It was a very wise decision. The core of Camp 27 was only the scientists. As for the buildings on the surface, it would not be a pity to abandon them. Anyway, the aliens had no habit of demolishing empty houses, so they could just take them back when the time came. If they held on here, if the alien tide expanded, the supply line between Camp 27 and the Fishbone base would be cut off first. Without ammunition supply, Camp 27, which was closer to the city center, would undoubtedly fall into a tough battle. Although it was protected by a wall, it was not absolutely reliable when facing an alien tide. Groups of zombies could form a human ladder, the young zombies thrown by the throwers could cross the wall, and a meat mountain that liked to throw things around could even knock down the wall. The most terrifying thing was the mutant mosquito, which was simply a lancer flying in the sky. The sting on its mouth was as sharp as a spear, and it could often take a person's life with a dive. In order to fight these difficult creatures, Shelter number 27 even designed a simple flamethrower specifically for it. Soldiers wearing power armor or full-angle bulletproof vests held it and stood in the front row to set fire to these mutant mosquitoes, and the effect was extremely gratifying. But in the face of the increasingly strong alien tide, the optimistic situation is getting less and less. It has only been 5 days since the outbreak of the alien tide, and the soldiers stationed in the camp have lost 15 people. If you continue to hold on, the consequences are really unpredictable. Under the organization of Wang Xiaowu, Zulu led non-combatants and some security personnel to retreat into the shelter, close the door, and waited for the situation to stabilize before returning to the surface. The fuel rods and daily necessities stored in the shelter are enough to support the survivors for 2 years, and the alien tide often only lasts for a few months. If nothing unexpected happens, a total of 500 combatants put all the military supplies and fixed weapons on the truck and welded machine guns on the top of the truck. With the Jagdtiger II leading the way, trucks filed out of Camp 27 and crashed into the zombies wandering on the street. The machine guns on the roofs kept venting firepower on both sides of the street, leaving a field of orange-yellow bullet shells. Zombies rushed towards the convoy like a tide, but most of them were torn into pieces under the interlaced firepower net. Occasionally, there were fish that slipped through the net, but they all fell under the muzzle of the Ripper rifle. In the distance, the meat mountain waved the street lamp in his hand and walked towards the convoy with heavy steps. The Jag Tiger II that found the target slowly moved the turret, and the Type 50 electromagnetic cannon suddenly fired a shell, piercing the pile of fat. Blood and bullet shells paved the road. Fishbone base. Engineers are installing quadruple anti-aircraft machine guns on the wall, as well as Type 50 electromagnetic cannons, to fight against large volume aliens. Soldiers with rifles patrolled the wall, firing at the dense zombies from time to time. Under the fluttering NAC flag, zombies roamed under the wall with their heads drooping. In their red eyes, there was a faint flash of bloodthirsty murderous light. Generally speaking, zombies are not aggressive during the day, but due to the alien tide, the situation has changed a little. As if being pulled by some force, these zombies spontaneously gathered towards the location of the living. This situation is somewhat similar to the time when the X2 bacteria was infected. However, the difference is that all indicators in the air were normal during the alien tide. The Fishbone base is far away from the city center, and no terrible aliens have been encountered so far, but Jiang Chen has a hunch that this good weather will soon end. Standing on the sentry tower of the wall, Jiang Chen looked at the distant street with a telescope. Suddenly, the figure of a Jag Tiger II appeared in his field of vision. The surface of the armor was condensed with hideous pieces of meat, and the tracks were stained black by the grease and blood of the zombies. Then the outline of the truck following closely behind gradually became clear. In order to prevent the zombies from overturning the trucks, the machine guns kept firing, smashing the zombies approaching the convoy into pieces. Jiang Chen put down the binoculars, picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke briefly. "Clear the space at the door." "Got it." The soldiers who were waiting under the wall climbed up the wall with their rifles. Some ran to the machine gun points, and some put their rifles on the firing ports. Led by the knights wearing mechanical exoskeletons, everyone rushed to the battle positions in the shortest time. Fire! With the order of a knight, the soldiers on the wall pulled the trigger together. It was a very spectacular scene. The orange-yellow ballistics rushed towards the zombies like a heavy rain, instantly knocking down a group of zombies that were approaching crookedly. The grenade throwers took out regular grenades and grenades from the ammunition boxes and threw them fiercely at the zombies. The flames exploded, and broken limbs flew everywhere. When facing the guns and artillery of the survivors, the flesh and blood zombies seemed to have no power to fight back. It's easy to get cocky when facing ordinary zombies. Walking to Jiang Chen's side, Sun Jiao sighed with emotion as she looked at the zombies that were suppressed by firepower. At this moment, Sun Jiao had put on a bulletproof vest, with her long unused SK-10 Sirius hanging on her chest. Jiang Chen smiled and did not respond, but took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the zombies under the wall had been cleared out. At the same time, the convoy drove to the gate before the zombies gathered again. The soldier guarding the gate immediately pressed the button to open the door, and the steel gate slowly opened, letting the convoy stained with blood in. Several medical personnel ran up and dragged the injured lying on the stretcher into the hospital for treatment. Several engineers wearing chemical protective suits and carrying plastic barrels then ran up and washed the entire convoy with slender sprayers. The tired soldiers jumped off the car and hugged and reunited with their relatives who were waiting on the side. As for those covered in blood, they all chose to go to the bathhouse to take a hot bath. When they arrived at the base, their tense nerves could finally relax. "I'll go there." After putting out the cigarette butt on the wall, Jiang Chen said hello to Sun Jiao, then turned and walked downstairs. At this moment, the entrance of the base was a busy scene. "Hurry up." He was stained by the acid of the spitter. "It's really pitiful. We have to deal with it first, before sending it to the medical cabin. Come and help me." Stretchers passed by. Because of the limited medical cabins, many soldiers with less serious injuries could only be transferred to the ward to queue up. Some soldiers with more serious injuries could only be treated by doctors on the spot and then sent to the medical cabin for recovery. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the soldier whose face had been burned to the bone by the acid, and his stomach couldn't help but churn. He can survive this, which is considered a great fortune. After pausing for 2 seconds, Jiang Chen continued to move forward. When he reached the front of the team, next to the Jag Tiger II, he saw Wang Xiaowu, who was in charge of the team. Because he was sitting in the tank, Wang Xiaowu was in good condition. At least he didn't suffer any external injuries. Although from the dark circles under his eyes, he might not have slept for a long time. Handing the rifle in his hand to the soldier next to him, Wang Xiaowu saluted Jiang Chen neatly. Without much greeting, Jiang Chen took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. This kind of finely crafted cigarette has always been a luxury item that is in short supply in the wasteland. Although he can buy it with his salary, not everyone has the honor of being handed a cigarette by the leader. Seeing Wang Xiaowu flattered to take the cigarette, Jiang Chen smiled and asked in a chatty tone, "How is the situation at Camp 27? "Very bad." A gloom flashed across his face, and Wang Xiaowu slowly blew out a smoke ring and said in a deep voice, "We have already seen throwers and mutant mosquito swarms. On the way, we also met spitters moving towards this area. Fortunately, the hunting tiger second was in front of the queue. Throwers usually move around the city center, but rarely enter the suburbs. Throwers have already appeared in Camp 27, so the alien tide has become increasingly strong." After a pause, Jiang Chen continued to ask, "Have you brought the things?" "Yes. Do you want me to take you to see it now?" "Let's go now," Jiang Chen said. Wang Xiaowu nodded, turned around and took Jiang Chen to the center of the convoy. When the two arrived at the target location, several workers were already driving a lift to help unload the goods. "This is it. Engineering robots, deep sea mining equipment, but I'm afraid they can't be used now." Looking at the 8 bulky containers, Wang Xiaowu smiled bitterly. "In this situation, you can't even touch the seashore." "That's not necessarily the case." Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and did not answer. It was not easy to move this deep sea mining equipment from Camp 27. The whole set of equipment weighed 400 tons, and each container weighed 50 tons. In order to move these boxes, Wang Xiaowu specially arranged 4 heavy trucks in the middle of the queue. He dragged these equipment back at the risk of slowing down the march. Looking at these 8 containers, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the deep sea mining is settled. The production of virtual reality helmets requires a large amount of molybdenum ore. At the current price of molybdenum ore, relying on imports to complete production will undoubtedly increase the cost of the helmet. If molybdenum ore is mined by itself, Jiang Chen has calculated that the production cost of virtual helmets can be reduced by at least half. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and said, "It's not hard. Compared with staying in Camp 27, this is much easier." Wang Xiaowu smiled and waved his hand holding the cigarette butt. "You should take a rest first, and remember to come to my office for a meeting in 2 hours. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xiaowu and said, "Yes." After saluting, Wang Xiaowu immediately turned around and walked towards the living area. After sitting in the car all the way, he was indeed a little tired. At this moment, he just wanted to go back to take a shower and take a nap before the meeting. After Wang Xiaowu left, Jiang Chen looked at the workers next to him and told them to move the container to the backyard of the villa and then walk towards the community center. Chapter 436, Risky Decision. The 6th block. The expansion over the past few days has made the defense line of the 6th block extremely long. In order to cope with the upcoming alien tide, the military government has mobilized almost all the builders in the city to reinforce the walls surrounding the 6th block and add machine guns and turrets on the walls. An order worth 1 million sub-crystals. But not many people are happy about it. The upcoming alien tide makes everyone feel a strong fear. Some people chose to flee, but most people chose to stay. If you want to ask why, it's all because of a wartime regulation issued by Chunan. Anyone who leaves the 6th block during the war will have their real estate registered in their name confiscated and used to pay for defense expenses. The excess will be used as a reward to individuals or organizations that have outstanding performance during the war. If you have to leave and don't want to give up your property here, please pay a war tax of 20 to 40 subcrystals per square meter for your property here. This money will be used to pay the salaries of mercenaries and the expenses of strengthening defense lines and ammunition. This order seems unreasonable, but it is actually very fair. Why should the soldiers of the 6th block shed their blood and risk their lives to protect your property, while you, the vested interests, flee outside at the critical moment? Either contribute your strength or your money, otherwise the NAC government will assume that you have given up your ownership of the real estate in the 6th block. Although many businessmen tried to protest through the parliament, they obviously did not understand the situation. Among the 10 councillors, 5 were installed with honor chips by Jiang Chen. The motion was passed without any resistance and was supported by the vast majority of civilians. These civilians finally had their own homes in the 6th block, who would be willing to return to a wandering life. As for those who wanted to flee at the slightest sign of trouble, and wanted those who stayed to protect their property for them, they did not receive any sympathy from anyone. Therefore, except for the merchants who had their roots in other places, basically no one chose to leave at this time. As for what is the use of tying irrelevant people to the base? This is very useful. The armed forces currently stationed in the 6th block are mainly composed of 3 forces. The first is naturally the 3rd Corps of the NAC military government, the second is mercenaries, hunters and some armed scavengers, and the third is the private soldiers of the merchants. Although the nuclear materials in their hands were confiscated after the 6th block became denuclearized, the 6th block has never restricted their arms. Because doing business in the wasteland, if the gun is weak, it is like a sheep with 2 legs. Even if you escape the claws of the aliens, you can't escape the snatching of your own kind. Leaving the merchants here means leaving their private soldiers here. These merchants are much richer than ordinary mercenary groups, and this wealth is specifically reflected in the quality of their equipment. Although these merchants' private soldiers do not have the restricted sale of Type 50 electromagnetic guns, they still have a few assault infantry vehicles. Civilians were mobilized to join the army, and the merchants reluctantly sent their private soldiers to the front line. Once the alien tide breaks out, the city gate will be impossible to open. Since they have chosen to stay, there is no option to escape. It is meaningless to hide at this time. It is better to stand on the front line and get some commissions. The military factory is running at full capacity, turning the steel, aluminum and other materials pulled from the fishbone base into arms. At this time, the industrial capacity of the 6th block came in handy. When Jiang Chen opened some of the equipment and technology of the T3 power armor from the military factory, acquired from Zhao Chenwu to other small workshops, and then outsourced the production of parts, he produced 20 T3s in just 1 month. This output is almost 10 times the previous output. Not only power armor, but also the Type 99 anti-tank gun, the Screamer mortar. As the industrial system gradually improves, these heavy weapons with low production capacity are also dragged out of the factory like water. When seeing the heavy weapons being pulled from the factory to the front line and boxes of bullets and shells being pulled to the supply point, almost everyone is full of confidence in this war. If the zombies have always been the harassment, at this moment, 300 meters outside the north gate of the 6th block, the soldiers of the 1st Corps built a simple defense line with mobile bunkers and sandbags, and used machine guns to shoot at the approaching zombies. The wall behind them was being reinforced and rebuilt, and their task was to stay here and prevent the alien tide from advancing to the wall before the reconstruction was completed. From time to time, a shriek came from behind them, which was the tail sound of the electromagnetic catapult shells of the Screamer mortar. 3 shells were launched into the air and smashed hard into the position of the zombie group. The flying shrapnel instantly tore the nearby zombies apart, and the intestines and meat were scattered all over the ground. At this time, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the dust of the explosion. It waved the billboard in its hand, and rushed towards the defense line with a heavy step. Found the meat mountain. While squatting behind the machine gun position and holding the trigger tightly, a soldier shouted loudly into the headset, "Got it." The calm answer was accompanied by the explosion of the shell. The orange-yellow shells whistled past, shattering the meat mountain's skull. "Nice shot." The soldier shouted back, reloading the gun. Seeing a wave of attacks paused, the scavengers who had been waiting for a long time rushed to the body of the meat mountain with a knife in hand and recovered the subcrystals at the back of his neck. After obtaining the subcrystals, they can keep 40% as their reward. Standing on the sentry tower, Zhao Gang observed all this with a telescope. Unlike the optimistic public opinion, as the head of the 3rd Corps, his expression on his face was not relaxed at the moment. Although after many days of reinforcement, the strength of the 3rd Corps has expanded to 4,000 people, which is the sum of the number of the first and second core, but this is still not enough to bring him too much optimism. As a former King Pu survivor, he had witnessed with his own eyes how terrifying the alien tide was. At that time, the alien tide even overwhelmed the soldiers of the World United Organization and forced them to abandon Wanghei City. The survivors of the 6th block relied on a large number of pack standard equipment left by the World Union to barely hold on to this survivor base. After the last civil war, the only equipment left was the Prowler tank. Now that tank has been transferred to the 1st Corps, the 6th block can only rely on the self-produced heavy weapons. Report. Executive Officer Chunan sent me to notify you to attend the meeting. Got it. Zhao Gang nodded. The soldier saluted and stood aside. Finally, after taking a look at the front line with a telescope, Zhao Gang put the telescope back in his pocket and turned away. Arriving in the holographic conference room, Zhao Gang nodded to Chunan and said hello, then sat in his seat. The meeting began. Marshal Jiang Chen, Staff Officer Han Junhe, 3 regiment leaders, 6th Block Executive Officer Chunan, Logistics Minister Wang Qing, and Interior Minister Lu Huosheng. The top leaders of the NAC government are basically here. Floating on the conference table was a holographic map of Wanghei City. Seeing the deployment of troops on the map, Zhao Gang roughly guessed the purpose of this meeting. First, Wang Qing explained the military equipment and supplies in the base, and then Lu Huosheng reported on the mobilization of the reserve forces. Finally, the staff matured the battle plan. Because this battle plan was discussed with the marshal in advance, all Jiang Chen needed to do at the meeting was nod. But after listening to the battle plan, Chunan frowned slightly, couldn't help but stand up and raised objections. I have an objection. The Prowler tanks, 8 Jagdtiger seconds, and 15 assault infantry vehicles are all deployed in the 1st Corps. Although the 6th block is mainly for defense, it does not mean that there is no need for any armored force protection here. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Gang. After pondering for a while, Zhao Gang also nodded solemnly. I agree with Chunan's point of view. Without the cover of armored forces, it means that, once the city gate is lost, we will not be able to recapture the city gate, and we can only completely abandon the lost defense line and retreat. To be prepared, we need to deploy at least 4 Jagdtiger seconds here, as long as it is not lost. Han Junhe said calmly. Of course, I know that it is best not to make a single mistake, but tanks defending the city is the least efficient choice. The 1st Corps equipped with all armored forces will capture Jia City in the shortest time, and then turn around to defend. Han Junhe said in an unquestionable tone. It is a very risky decision. If there is a loophole in the defense line of the 6th block, if the 1st Corps and the mutants are in a stalemate. Cheng Weiguo, the head of the 1st Corps, did not speak, but looked at Zhao Gang helplessly and apologetically. Zhao Gang also did not speak, but used his eyes to express his understanding of his colleague's helplessness. Taking a deep breath, staring at Han Junhe's face, Chunan slowly sat back in his seat. I hope your decision is correct. This concerns the lives of 80,000 people. Han Junhe nodded slightly to show his understanding. After the meeting, the holographic image went out. Wang Qing, Lu Huosheng and Wang Zhaowu all stood up and left. When there were only 2 people left in the meeting room, Jiang Chen slowly sighed. You have to learn the art of refusal. Orders only exist for execution, not for refusal. I'm just worried about the interpersonal relationships of my subordinates. Jiang Chen said helplessly. But Han Junhe didn't care. He just said lightly, it doesn't matter. I'll be the bad guy. Are you M? Looking at the expressionless face, Jiang Chen couldn't help asking. What is M? Han Junhe frowned slightly. I just made the best choice. Besides, you told me that when everything is over, I will go to the future. What if you can solve your problem without going to the future? Jiang Chen asked with interest. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Han Junhe didn't seem to want to continue discussing this issue. He picked up his document from the table and walked out of the meeting room. Chapter 437, Lightning Attack on Site Number 7. Dust rolled, accompanied by the deafening roar of engines. The steel tracks rolled over the hardened wasteland, making a rumbling sound. The tank formation composed of all the armored forces of NAC, led by the Prowler tanks, was like a sharp arrow, piercing from Shengxiang town to Site Number 7 between Jiaxi and Wanghei City. It was the production base of mutants. Once it was captured, it meant that the mutants would completely lose their ammunition supply. After liberating the slaves imprisoned in Site Number 7, the First Corps will continue to travel west and crush the mutants entrenched in Jiaxi, led by the Prowler tanks, 8 Jagdtiger seconds, 15 Raider infantry vehicles, 30 supply trucks, 2,300 soldiers, and 2 Yun 51s. This is almost half of Mac's belongings. At this moment, in the Raider infantry vehicle that was transformed into a command tower, Cheng Weiguo and Ma Zhongcheng sat opposite each other. In front of them at this moment was a holographic topographic map. The red mark on the map was the position of the mutants, and the arrow formation composed of blue dots was the soldiers of the First Corps and the Hunter Corps. According to the estimation of the scouts ahead, the mutants have deployed 9,000 troops in Jia City, 80 anti-tank guns, 60 anti-aircraft machine guns, and more than 220 machine gun fire points. Ma Zhongcheng reported to Cheng Weiguo. It's really difficult. Cheng Weiguo cursed inwardly. Because of the capture of Jia City, the number of mutants has increased significantly. It can be predicted that this will be a tough battle. Suddenly, there was a bang in the distance. A shell exploded next to a speeding Jagdtiger second. The shrapnel scraped the A-type steel armor with a toothaking crisp fragrance, but did not cause any damage to the armor. Then several more shells fell into the position, but did not hit any target. Enemy anti-tank targets found. Operation begins. Cheng Weiguo clicked on the headset and said in a deep voice, "Understood." The supply trucks loaded with infantry slowed down one after another, allowing the soldiers in the carriages to jump off and disperse to charge towards Site Number 7. The soldiers sitting outside the infantry vehicles also jumped out of the vehicles one after another, dispersed and rushed towards the mutants' positions with their rifles. An armor-piercing shell hit the front armor of the Prowler hard and was bounced to the side without any suspense. The electromagnetic reactive armor using the Meissner effect can almost make most kinetic weapons, tank level, using metal shells ineffective. Even without this electromagnetic reactive armor, the 140mm A-type steel armor is not something that ordinary shells can penetrate. The Type 52 particle cannon, which is the main gun, emits a faint blue light ball, which explodes like fireworks after hitting the target, instantly disintegrating the anti-tank gun behind the enemy bunker. The 2 kg rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon, which served as the coaxial secondary gun, kept flashing arcs, and the projectiles at 8 times the speed of sound easily broke the house into several pieces. The mutants lurking in the building had no time to scream before they were knocked down along with the house itself. It was like a mobile fortress. Compared with the brilliant performance of the Prowler tank, the locally produced Jagdtiger second was slightly inferior, but facing the mutants without armor protection, the thick front armor and the fierce electromagnetic cannon were still more than enough. The Type 50 electromagnetic cannon continuously poured 5 kg mass bullets into the mutants' positions, and in an instant, the first line of defense built by the mutants was smashed to pieces. After the line of defense was broken, the assault infantry vehicle immediately accelerated, rushed out from the tank formation in the front row, and rushed into the number 7 industrial park. The rotary machine gun mounted on the roof spewed out flames, and large caliber ammunition was madly harvesting the mutant soldiers behind the bunkers, and heat-induced and electromagnetic-induced bombs were continuously dropped from the side of the vehicle. The guided tracking rockets immediately deviated to the position of the guided rockets like a blind fly. However, the non-tracking rockets could not hit the infantry vehicle due to its high speed. For a while, rockets flew all over the park, and none of them hit the infantry vehicles, but instead injured many of the mutants themselves. The infantry vehicles that rushed into the park cleared the anti-tank guns and anti-aircraft machine guns ambushed behind the bunkers in the shortest time, paving the way for the tank troops to enter. At the same time, the Hunter Corps wearing power armor and mechanical exoskeletons also broke into the mutants' first line of defense and cooperated with the infantry squads that got off the vehicles to clear out the remaining enemies huddled in the ruins. The only vehicle casualties were 2 assault infantry vehicles. One was damaged by an anti-tank mine, and the other was unfortunately hit on the side armor by a non-tracking rocket. However, compared with the results achieved, this sacrifice is undoubtedly worth it. There were 17 anti-tank guns destroyed or captured, 31 quadruple anti-aircraft machine guns, and more than 2,000 mutants were killed. The remaining enemies fled to the second line of defense. The first line of defense has been captured. The team leader on the front line reported the battle situation back to the command tower. Looking at the tangled red and blue dots on the holographic map, Chen Weiguo looked at Ma Zhangcheng. Drop the drone. Okay. Ma Zhangcheng took out the tablet and tapped a few keys with his fingers. The second line of defense is built around the intricate buildings of the industrial park. Even infantry vehicles cannot travel at high speed here. The mutant soldiers who are entrenched in this street corner are equipped with a large number of unguided individual rockets and sticky explosives. Although these things cannot hurt the Prowler, they are a considerable threat to the Jagdtiger 2nd and infantry vehicles. The side armor and chrysanthemums are the weaknesses of the Jagdtiger 2nd. If it is hit by an anti-tank rocket at close range, it is hard to guarantee that it will not break down. Therefore, the task of supporting the infantry in attacking the second line of defense can only be entrusted to drones. After receiving the order, the two Y-51s hovering in the outer airspace immediately approached the first line of defense that had been breached, and then dropped two long containers to the ground. The blue arc flashed, and under the reverse jet of the slowdown device, the container about 5 meters long hit the second line of defense fiercely. One box was inserted into the street, and the other box was inserted into the roof of a building. The memory metal box suddenly unfolded under the impact, revealing the honeycomb-shaped holes under the shell, and released the hummingbird drone parked in the honeycomb. The reputation even covered the gunshots. Facing the drone attack group composed of the disc-sized hummingbirds, the mutants had to use the rifles and machine guns in their hands to vent their firepower crazily, but with little effect. With the hive serving as the drone terminal as the center, hundreds of sensitive hummingbirds shuttled freely in the streets and alleys, harvesting the lives of mutants. Even though the mutants were wearing heavy C-shaped steel front armor, they could not withstand the drones that swooped in from behind and shot them in the ass. If they encountered drones in street fighting, without EMP weapons, it would be a massacre. Obviously, the mutants in Site 7 did not prepare too many EMPs. When the hive landed, the terrain scanning system built into it had already logged the terrain details of the landing area into the server, so these hummingbirds were even more familiar with the terrain of this area than the mutants themselves. At the same time, 20 T3 power armors followed closely and broke into the second line of defense. With the cooperation of light infantry, they launched a fierce street battle with the mutants. The orange-yellow trajectory almost lit up the entire park. Facing the fierce offensive of the First Corps, the mutants who were entrenched here were beaten back. The infantry completely cleared the anti-aircraft firepower points of the second line of defense. At this time, the young C-51 came forward and used the Type 50 electromagnetic cannon to bring down the nightmare of death for the mutants. No bunker could remain intact under the pressure of this 10-kilogram mass bomb. Although the lead mutants holding power hammers and the self-destructing mutants holding macronuclear bombs caused certain casualties to the infantry participating in the street battle, the mutants still could not turn the tide. After the second line of defense was conquered, the tanks continued to advance. The soldiers who seized the anti-tank guns from the mutants aimed their guns at the mutants' third line of defense, which was also the mutants' last line of defense, the construction of an electronic product factory inside 7. The high-tech factory, covering an area of 1,500 acres, stood out from the crowd in the entire Site 7 industrial park. It was precisely because of its outstanding position that it was chosen by the mutants as their base. High walls were built around the factory, and the factory buildings inside were built into a fortress by the mutants. In front of the aliens and most survivors, this fortress was unconquerable, but this was not the case in front of the NAC. The castle in the eyes of the mutants was destined to become their grave. After occupying the second line of defense, the First Corps poured a full 1,000 shells into the factory, almost destroying the factory's walls and main buildings. After the floor cleaning was finished, the infantry vehicles carrying drone terminals and power armors moved forward together, followed by soldiers holding rifles, and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the mutants in the factory. The battle was extremely brutal. For both sides, there was no concept of surrender in this battle. Because humans and mutants are not the same species at all, After 6 hours of fierce fighting, the soldiers of the First Corps finally killed the last mutant and planted the NAC flag on the roof of the half-collapsed factory building, announcing the victory of the Battle of Side 7. Chapter 438 Peacemaker. There were only about 9,000 prisoners who were rescued sporadically. When the NAC soldiers rescued these poor people who were huddled in the ruins and shivering, they were almost crying with excitement. Liberating the prisoners of the Rebel Alliance was just a side task, not the obligation of the First Corps. So in the final bombardment, Chen Weiguo did not care about these mutant prisoners at all. This is understandable. Chen Weiguo would not risk the lives of his soldiers for these strangers. Being able to save them from the hands of mutants is already very worthy of them. After occupying site number 7, Chen Weiguo ordered the soldiers to stay on the spot. While the supply trucks returned to Shengxiang town to load ammunition, each team reported the casualties one after another. The confiscated weapons and ammunition were registered, and those that could be used were taken away. Those that could not be used were stored together with the confiscated C, B, and A steel scraps, waiting for the trucks to take them to the Shengxiang town colony. As for the rescued captives, Chen Weiguo ordered the soldiers to place them in a makeshift camp, provided them with nutritional mixtures, and recruited soldiers and engineers who were willing to join. Many of them were soldiers of the Jia City Rebel Alliance. They only needed to be issued a rifle and could form combat effectiveness without any extra training. When they heard that Chen Weiguo planned to attack Jia City, avenge the mutants, and liberate their homes, they almost did not hesitate to join the NAC banner. It happened that the First Corps had seized a lot of weapons from the mutants, so Chen Weiguo dispersed some of the 1,400 recruited soldiers into various infantry teams, and the other parts formed a separate infantry squad. As for the 1,000 engineers, they were also brought into the team, which could serve as substitutes and build fortifications. After reorganization, the First Corps instantly expanded to more than 4,000 people. The next morning, the fully equipped First Corps continued on the road and headed towards Jia City. As for the remaining rescued captives, Chen Weiguo temporarily placed them inside 7, after asking Jiang Chen what he thought, and promised to send someone to pick them up after Jia City was captured, and then led the troops to leave Side 7. The real battlefield is in Jia City. The mutants entrenched in Side 7 are just an appetizer. 5 power armors, 31 mechanical exoskeletons, 110 light infantrymen killed, 132 seriously injured. A total of 210,000 rounds of ammunition and 2,200 shells were consumed. Standing in the office, Han Junhe reported to Jiang Chen the results of the First Corps. It is true that a cannon is fired and gold is worth 1,000 taels. The consumption of this first battle alone is more than 350,000 subcrystals. Even Jiang Chen, who made nearly 10 million subcrystals in the grain business, had to sigh at the burning of money in this war. Of course, this amount of subcrystals was not paid by him, but by the war funds raised by the 6th block. What is the situation in the 6th block? Jiang Chen asked, staring at the holographic map. The reinforcement of the wall is basically completed. At the same time, traces of throwers' activities were observed outside the 6th block. Han Junhe said. The throwers were observed outside the 6th block, which means that the zombies and alien species outside the city center have spread to the suburbs. Is the storm coming? Looking at the red dot on the holographic map, Jiang Chen fell into silence. At this moment, as a marshal, all he can do is sit at this desk and wait for the victory report from the front line. As the power of NAC expands, there are fewer and fewer things that he needs to do personally. All the losses and results of the battle presented in front of him are just a number. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Jiang Chen looked at the door and said. The door opened, and Jiang Lin, the director of the Institute of Aerospace Science and Technology, walked in. He looked happy, without the sad expression of other people in the base. What you need is ready. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Jiang Chen looked at the clock on the wall and stood up. Take me to see it now. Okay. Jiang Lin nodded, and immediately turned to walk out the door. Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhe. I'll leave it to you here. Yes. Her answer was still as concise as ever. Jiang Lin and I came to the launch site of the Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute, and saw several staff members busy around a rocket about 4 stories high. A robotic arm several people tall was connected to the tablet by a data cable. A technician kept tapping the screen with his fingers, operating the robotic arm, to extend the welding gun and completely weld the already spliced steel plates. Apart from the waste, who were sent to open up the wasteland, the only scientists in the entire shelter number 27 who had not entered the shelter were the people from the Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute. Since Jiang Chen ordered Jiang Lin to set up the Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute, these scientists moved to the Fishbone base with their families. At first they were a little unwilling, but would Jiang Chen care about their unwillingness? They were provided with good food and drink, but they could not talk about returning to the shelter. Seeing that their protests were ineffective, they had no choice but to honestly contribute their knowledge and design rockets for Jiang Chen. The Dolphin 10 intercontinental ballistic missile was developed at the end of the 21st century and is still in use today. It is probably the most deployed ballistic missile in PAC. Looking at the rocket, Jiang Lin's face was full of pride. He had put a lot of effort into making this missile. Although he didn't understand why Jiang Chen wanted to design a weapon that could reach the Western Hemisphere, he still did it according to Jiang Chen's request. Just this one missile used up materials worth 1 million subcrystals. In the past few months, Jiang Lin had been given many cold stares by Wang Qing. Among the project departments of the entire base, only his Institute of Aerospace Science and Technology spent the most money. Because many parts could not be produced by themselves, they had to pay expensive hire fees to the exploration teams going out of the province. For example, the propulsion engine of this missile was transported from the Taipei launch base, ruins, 600 kilometers away from Guanghe City. In order to transport this propulsion engine, those mercenary groups risked being torn to pieces by mutant sharks, so the commission was naturally not small. However, even if they rolled their eyes, the funds still had to be approved. After all, this was a project personally ordered by the marshal. Why is it called Dolphin? Such a weird name. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain. Deployed under the sea, peace messenger, you know. Jiang Lin knocked the base of the missile with a welding gun and grinned. Jiang Chen was stunned at first, then he understood what he meant and laughed. Peace messenger, nuclear peace messenger. TSK, I didn't expect this future person to be so humorous. The missile is 11 meters long, with a diameter of 1.55 meters, a launch weight of 35.1 tons, and a maximum throw weight of 2,088 kilograms. It can be deployed in a submarine missile silo 1,200 meters deep, with a maximum range of 21,000 kilometers. The launch ring on the side of the missile is an underwater propulsion device, which is not needed if used on land. The launch mechanism is a non-separable three-stage propulsion mode. That is, the underwater propulsion ring propels a missile to 100 meters underwater and then separates from the missile. The missile's own engine ignites, and the engine shuts down after pushing the missile into low Earth orbit. After relying on the rotation of the Earth to transfer to the sky above the target, the engine reignites and strikes the target area vertically. The outer shell of the missile is coated with anti-radar material, which can reduce the radar reflection signal to the level of a seagull. In theory, only the passive coherent positioning system can detect signs of the missile launch. In terms of size, the 11-meter total length is undoubtedly like a pocket toy compared to the intercontinental missiles of the 5 major gangsters that are 20 to 30 meters long. But there is no doubt that anyone who dares to doubt its fighting ability will pay the price. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Engineering Robot. According to the calculation of 11 meters in length and 1.55 meters in diameter, the volume of this missile is about 20.7 cubic meters. For the storage space of 30 cubic meters, it is not a big problem to move this thing to reality. Have the combat parts been put in? The combat parts Jiang Chen was referring to were naturally nuclear parts. 500,000 equivalent hydrogen warhead. The shell is being welded, and it is almost done. Jiang Lin raised his thumb and pointed to the busy mechanical arm. What is the concept of a 500,000-ton nuclear bomb? It can be described by 4 reference data. Exposed personnel. 4.1 people in tanks. 1.9 people in bomb shelters. 0.7 people in permanent fortifications. 0.46. These 4 data correspond to the lethal radius, kilometers, of a 500,000-ton nuclear bomb to people behind different shelters, not counting the damage caused by radioactive contamination. Of course, this is evaluated based on the current protection standards. In the end times, the power armor, tanks and other armored units usually have built-in lead metal fiber insulation, so they are much more resistant to radiation damage. It is precisely because of this that the strategic role of dropping nuclear bombs in wartime in this world is mainly to paralyze the enemy's infrastructure through dirty bombs and restrict light infantry from entering the battlefield. This almost unstoppable 500,000-ton nuclear missile, as long as 2 or 3 are deployed on the seabed, is enough to form a nuclear deterrent. Once the new country declares itself a nuclear power and has global strike capabilities, even if the United States wants to attack the new country, it will have to weigh the total market value of New York and Washington. Deterrence is enough. If possible, Jiang Chen hopes that he will never have to use it. Once the nuclear button is pressed, this thing can't be stopped. Even with the technology of the 22nd century, it is impossible to stop this simple and crude weapon. How many nuclear warheads can be made with the remaining nuclear materials? Jiang Chen asked. Counting the uranium in the base and the nuclear materials confiscated from the 6th block some time ago, about 2 more can be made. Jiang Lin estimated and gave a conservative figure. The materials needed to make dirty bomb thermonuclear weapons are mainly tritium and its lithium compound, while uranium-235 is only the detonator. There is only one way to obtain tritium in the wasteland, that is, to extract 1 or 2 grams of tritium from the unused nuclear materials. Of course, it is easier to make non-dirty bomb thermonuclear weapons, using helium-3 extracted from civilian nuclear fusion batteries as raw materials. However, since the thermonuclear reaction of helium-3 and deuterium will only produce non-radioactive protons, using helium-3 as a raw material for nuclear warheads will not produce radiation, so the deterrent power will be much smaller. This technology has not been developed in the world, and it is difficult to achieve, even if the technical conditions are met. Because the total reserves of helium-3 on Earth are estimated to be only 500 kilograms, and the nearest helium-3 vein is on the moon. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Very good. Your next task is to create 2 more peace messengers. Are you going to use this thing to clean up the aliens? Excuse me, the killing power of nuclear weapons on aliens is not ideal. Those things originally crawled out of nuclear bomb craters. Moreover, the nuclear bomb craters produced by the explosion are likely to be used as nests by aliens such as Deathclaws. Jiang Lin hesitated and reminded. Of course it is not used to deal with aliens. If I want to blow up aliens, can't I just get a cannon to launch nuclear bombs? Why bother making ballistic missiles? As for where to use it, don't worry about it. Just help me transport this missile to the backyard of my villa later. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. As a marshal, he didn't need to explain his actions to anyone. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Lin sighed helplessly and then ordered everyone to prepare to move Dolphin 10. Back in the backyard of the villa, Jiang Chen began to dismantle the 8 containers that Wang Xiaowu brought back from Camp 27. The equipment, weighing about 400 tons, includes 2 engineering robots, a deep-sea submersible that can accommodate up to 4 people, and engineering modules and mining modules that can be mounted on the deep-sea submersible. This engineering robot is a good thing. It can automatically complete the preset project based on the engineering information downloaded on its smart chip. Although the speed of automated construction may not be as fast as manual control, it is more accurate and convenient. To give a simple example, if Jiang Chen wants to modify the warship sold to him by Russia, he only needs to use a scanner to scan the model of the warship and take it back, and then let the experts in Shelter 27 who know this design a reconstruction plan for the warship with the help of quantum computers, and then download the engineering information to the smart chip of the engineering robot. All he needs to do is to provide materials, and the specific construction steps will be automatically completed by the engineering robot. After returning to the present world, Jiang Chen drove a speedboat alone to his deserted island in the east of Anger Island. The advantage of the Panu archipelago is that there are many islands, and because of the billion-dollar project, most of the uninhabited islands in the new country are under his name. This includes the island called Coconut. Although when Jiang Chen landed on the island, he did not see many coconut trees, most of the dwarf trees in the tropical rainforest and bare gravel. After a trip between the present world and the end of the world, Jiang Chen first moved to engineering robots and drone terminals over. I saw that the 1.5 meter high, streamlined shell looked stupid, but it was not vague at all when doing work. The crab-like arms were equipped with a series of tools such as plasma welding guns and multifunction wrenches. The half-track, half-walking chassis can move quickly on flat ground and can cross all terrains. A drone terminal was placed in the dense forest in the center of the island. Jiang Chen released 20 hummingbird drones to scan the island of only 1 square kilometer and then logged the holographic map information on the tablet that controls the engineering robot. After completing the data transmission, Jiang Chen went back and forth several times, moving out the components of the deep-sea submersible, the drone terminal, the parts of the solar generator, and some steel, cement and building materials. Then Jiang Chen stretched out his finger, first marking the place where the materials were piled on the island, and then clicked the location on the 3-dimensional map where the island was at a higher altitude, and set the solar panel construction project. 2 engineering robots immediately turned the crawler tracks of the chassis and drove towards the components of the solar generator. After transporting the parts to the construction site, the 2 engineering robots skillfully began to set up the solar generator. After just waiting for 15 minutes, Jiang Chen was satisfied to see the 2 robots complete the work at hand. It's simply amazing. Looking at the masterpieces completed by the 2 robots, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed, "It is worthy of being a 22nd century technology." The construction work is completed fully automatically, making building a house as simple as playing an RTS game. If this technology comes out, I don't know how many construction companies will be crazy about it. Of course, Jiang Chen will not promote it to the world in a short time. The real good things still have to be held in your own hands, and it is better to throw them away when you are tired of playing. Holding the tablet in his hand, Jiang Chen then set the 2 robots to connect the wires to the drone terminal for charging, and then deployed a double berth dock to be built on the seashore, and at the same time, put the task of assembling deep-sea submersibles into the construction queue. Looking at the construction time, 20 days sign on the screen, Jiang Chen turned off the tablet after confirming that nothing was missed. All he had to do next was wait for the construction to be completed. In order to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the island, Jiang Chen thought for a while and finally decided not to station soldiers from the starring trade here. This was not because he did not trust his subordinates, but because he was worried that those with ulterior motives who were watching the movements of the starring trade company might notice this place. Moreover, once living people were stationed on the island, it would mean that supplies would be continuously transported to the island, which would weaken the secrecy of this coconut island. At least until the construction robots completed the construction, it would be better to keep the island secret. So for now, the most suitable security guard is the drone. Back at the drone terminal, Jiang Chen changed the drone's behavior program from reconnaissance to alert. Once the drone discovered that a ship was approaching, the 4-dimensional transmitter built into it would transmit the alarm to his EP. After doing all this, Jiang Chen stretched and returned to the end of the world. However, he did not expect that he would encounter a big event when he returned. Chapter 440, Sea of Corpses. A sea of zombies. Standing on the sentry tower and looking around, the densely packed zombies formed a black mass. This scene could only be seen in the city center, but now it appeared in the quiet suburbs. No one knows why the alien tide broke out. Perhaps it was because of the lack of living space in the city center, or perhaps it was because of the impulse of collective foraging. In any case, it happened. Such a desperate scene makes it difficult for any viewer not to feel numb. The 20-meter wall cannot bring people more sense of security, because howling sounded, and the thrower staggered towards the wall of the fishbone base, and threw the young zombie in his hand towards the soldiers on the wall. The baby-sized zombies howled miserably, opened their dry and cracked mouths, and pounced on the soldiers on the wall who were shooting with rifles. Then it exploded. Ah, my eyes. A soldier who was splashed with acid covered his face, and rolled on the ground wailing. However, he was still lucky. The two soldiers at the center of the explosion were blown to pieces, and were obviously dead. Fuck. Or thrower appeared. Shoot him down. Wang Xiaowu shouted into the headset. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a sniper bullet blew off the thrower's head. With a click sound, Sun Jiao pulled the bolt, stepped on the parapet with one foot, and continued to point the ghost sniper rifle at the group of corpses. Pulling the trigger again, he skillfully shot a thrower who had just raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaowu felt terrified. It was not because of Sun Jiao's shooting skills, but because of her identity as the marshal's wife. Damn it, if there was any mistake in her safety, Jiang Chen would tear him apart when he came back. However, no matter how he tried to persuade her to go down, Sun Jiao ignored him and continued to stand on the wall. From an objective point of view, Sun Jiao is indeed the person with the strongest single combat power in the entire base. There was hardly a soldier standing here who had trained for more than a year, and Sun Jiao had been walking on the wasteland since she was a child, which means she has been walking on the wasteland for more than 10 years. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Wang Xiaowu had to give up. There were only 5 T3 power armors deployed in the fishbone base, and the rest were allocated to the 6th block, which had a long defense line. It was said that the area was even more severely affected, and the overwhelming mutant mosquitoes almost broke through the defense line. Fortunately, there were many old hands in the 6th block, and many of them were masters who had been wandering in the wasteland for many years. They took out all the private goods such as flamethrower robots and fuel bombs. Anyway, as an executive officer, Chunan announced that the military government would reimburse their losses. In order to save their lives, no one cared about hiding them. In the fishbone base, in addition to the 5 T3s, only 2 of the newly developed T4s were built in time. And now they were all placed on the city wall, using the machine guns in their hands to vent firepower on the zombies. The drone attack group outside the wall was cruising at low altitude, firing at the zombie's head with a small caliber rifle mounted on it. In addition, there were soldiers wearing heavy full-angle bulletproof vests crouching behind the bunkers on the wall. They carried cans full of organic synthetic fuel on their backs and held spray guns in their hands, ready to guard against possible flying aliens. Whether it was the light infantry holding the Ripper rifle or the firepower hand holding the machine gun, all the combat units on the wall had only one mission. That was to do everything possible to kill the zombies far away from the base. Just as Wang Xiaowu was looking at the zombies with a frown, Jiang Chen climbed up the sentry tower. "Marshal." Wang Xiaowu hurriedly saluted. "What's the situation?" Jiang Chen asked straight to the point without any nonsense. He had just left for less than a few hours, and he didn't expect the situation to deteriorate to this extent. Looking at the endless sea of corpses in the distance, he suddenly felt that the entire base was like a lonely boat. "It's terrible. There are too many zombies," Wang Xiaowu said with a wry smile. "If you don't get hit in the head, you won't die. When the zombies form a certain number, even if the wall is full of soldiers with live ammunition and sentry machine guns spewing flames, they can still be touched by the running zombies." Under the wall, the zombies raised their heads and roared, stretching their arms madly on the top of the 20-meter high wall, trying to climb over the wall and tear the living people inside. The zombies behind rushed in, trampled on the zombies in front, and piled up a steep slope composed of corpses. This is also what Wang Xiaowu is most worried about. 20 meters is the height of 6 floors. To fill a steep slope, it only takes tens of thousands of zombies. And the zombies expanding outward from the city center are more than tens of thousands. It's a bit too little to say a million. In order to stop the zombies' ladder tactics, the soldiers on the wall pulled off grenades and threw them at the dense zombies near the wall. but this method is only a temporary solution. Even if the grenade can cause objective damage to the zombies gathered together, the corpses of the zombies are still piled up under the wall. Jiang Chen stared at the broken faces through the bulletproof glass. From time to time, one or two young zombies hit the glass of the command tower, exploding a dark green stain. Marshal. Wang Xiaowu took a deep breath and spoke carefully. What's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Marshal's wife is there. Wang Xiaowu pointed to the wall and reminded Jiang Chen, because he was afraid that Jiang Chen didn't see it. Seeing Sun Jiao shooting with a sniper rifle, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Let her do it. He probably understood her desire to help. It was only the early stage of the alien tide, and it was not very dangerous. Since she wanted to stand on the front line, let her do it. Besides, with her fighting ability, I'm afraid she would be fine, even if everyone on the wall died. Where are the screamer mortars in the base? Jiang Chen raised the telescope and observed the distribution of zombies in the distance. Among the zombies, he vaguely saw a few spitters with protruding bellies. It's ready, Wang Xiaowu replied. The ammunition of the mortar is not unlimited. The fishbone base has only 2,000 rounds in reserve. Only when the zombies not only form a number, but also form a density, the bombing efficiency of the mortar is the highest. So until now, Wang Xiaowu has not used the mortar position. Then you sit now. 6.6 kilometers. The spitter appears. Jiang Chen put the telescope on his chest and said in a deep voice. Wang Xiaowu was startled and hurriedly picked up the telescope to look over. He had been worrying about the current matter just now and even forgot to pay attention to the distance. Reaching out and pressing on the earphone, Wang Xiaowu immediately ordered. Attention, mortar team, azimuth 72 degrees, distance 6.5 kilometers, fire. Received. The tail sound of the shells was immediately heard in the square in the center of the base. 10 screamer mortars formed a formation, operated by 10 gunners. The shells were sent to high altitudes through electromagnetic catapults, with a maximum range of 12 kilometers. On average, 20 rounds can be fired per minute. This 1-minute bombardment alone consumed 200 rounds of shells. In the field of vision, the dozens of spitters were instantly covered by the barrage of bullets falling from the sky. The billowing smoke rushed up to dozens of meters high. After a full minute, new zombies passed through the smoke. And those spitters were obviously blown to pieces. How many shells can the military factory produce every day? Looking at the black smoke in the distance, Jiang Chen asked Wang Xiaowu beside him. If the material supply is sufficient, the maximum production capacity is 200 rounds. Wang Xiaowu replied 200 rounds? The output for this day is not enough for a 1-minute bombardment. Jiang Chen touched his chin and pondered. He is now considering whether to get something from the real world. Chapter 441, Burning Corpse. The bodies under the wall had piled up to 2 or 3 meters high. Seeing that the time was almost right, the survivors climbed up the wall holding fuel cans and began to pour fuel under the wall. After a few cans of fuel, the survivors threw torches under the wall. These fuels were not gasoline, but an organic synthetic fuel similar to an alcohol mixture. It must be mentioned here that most cars in the 22nd century use high-capacity batteries instead of fossil fuels. It is for this reason that there are no gas stations in the entire Wanghai city, but charging stations instead. Controlled nuclear fusion has made the price of electricity in the 22nd century extremely cheap. A steady stream of electricity is produced from the nuclear fusion power station on the moon, and then the electricity is transmitted from the moon to the relay satellite, and then to the surface through wireless transmission. Fossil fuels were naturally eliminated from people's daily lives. Thanks to this, the world ushered in a large-scale power outage within 10 minutes of the outbreak of the war. The few ground-based nuclear power plants and geothermal wells were only enough to maintain military production. The nuclear fusion batteries stored in many civilian facilities were also confiscated and sent to the front line as fuel for power armor and tanks. What's worse, in the nuclear winter after the war, the survivors who couldn't find any fuel at all almost collapsed. Without electricity, the induction cooker and electric hot pot became a pile of scrap metal. Fortunately, the World United Organization played a role. before retreating, at least the relevant technology used by the subcrystals, a large number of weapons that were not consumed in the war, and usable weapons production equipment were left for the survivors. This allowed the survivors who had to face mutant creatures in the cold winter to survive. Although these weapons indirectly led to the birth of many predator teams, they helped the survivors on the wasteland to survive the most difficult days. Even though most survivors were angry and disappointed with the World United Organization's seeding ship plan, it is undeniable that they did some good things. The flames shot up into the sky. The thick smoke rising from 4 directions surrounded the fishbone base. The soldiers put on gas masks, while the survivors covered their mouths and noses and fled down the wall. The combustion smoke rate of the fuel itself is very small, but the zombies that are burned together are just the opposite. The thick smoke surrounding the base is comparable to chemical weapons, and it seriously affects the vision of the soldiers on the wall. At the same time, it is not easy to produce these fuels. In addition to consuming camu resin as a raw material, it also consumes more than 1.3 times the heat of combustion. Just pouring more than 20 barrels of fuel, 15 tons of camu resin and 50,000 subcrystals were used up. War is burning money, and Jiang Chen deeply realized this at this moment. Because of the obstruction effect of smoke, the zombies will not be able to rush over for a while. In addition to retaining the instinct of biological foraging, the zombies also retain the fear of fire. Although they will not run away, they will not take the initiative to approach when faced with unbearable flames. After the drone confirmed that the zombies' offensive had stopped, the soldiers on the wall finally got a chance to breathe. Soldiers with sore shoulders sat against the wall. Volunteers composed of workers and women who did not participate in the battle climbed up the wall and delivered nutritional supplements, drinking water and towels to those who were guarding them. The fire will probably last for more than 2 hours. When the fire stops and the wind blows, the corpses that are 1 floor high will turn into ashes and be blown away by the wind. The real difficulty is at night. The zombies attack day and night. Looking at the thick smoke outside, Wang Xiaowu frowned. Can the soldiers bear it? Jiang Chen asked casually. It is divided into 5 shifts, and 400 people go down to sleep every 2 hours. The machine guns and bullet production lines cannot be stopped. They have to bear it, even if they can't bear it. There is not much fuel in the base, so this is the only way. This sentry tower, which serves as a command tower, has an air filter built in. Although there is thick smoke outside the glass, the air inside is still normal. Can I use gasoline? Jiang Chen asked suddenly. Gasoline? Wang Xiaowu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Of course, it's possible, but where can I find that thing? Before the war, Wanghai City was an economic center, not an industrial base. Even if there were factories in Wanghai City that needed to use gasoline, they would have been looted by survivors looking for fuel. Although fossil fuels have been basically eliminated, gasoline for industrial use still exists. After all, in addition to being able to burn, gasoline is also an excellent organic solvent, as well as a raw material for the production of some rubber and plastic products. Wang Xiaowu subconsciously thought that Jiang Chen was thinking of industrial gasoline. After all, he didn't know Jiang Chen's secret. With a smile on his lips, Jiang Chen touched his chin and said, "Don't worry about this, I'll find a way to get some. If I can, it would be the best," Wang Xiaowu said helplessly. At this moment, there was a weak knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a figure that surprised Jiang Chen appeared at the door. The little girl wore a large gas mask on her face and walked into the command room shyly. The white cotton skirt was covered with dirty cigarette ash. Jiang Chen noticed that she was holding a delicate lunchbox tightly in her arms. "Yao, why are you here?" Jiang Chen walked over and asked in surprise. I was worried that you were hungry," Yao said timidly, took off her gas mask, smiled shyly at Jiang Chen, and then took out the lunchbox in her arms. "Hehe, so I made the meal and sent it over." Seeing this, Wang Xiaowu turned around and faced the wall very tactfully. However, he muttered in his heart, "Fortunately, my daughter is only 1 year old." I don't know what Jiang Chen would think if he heard his inner voice. "Have you eaten?" Jiang Chen half squatted down and rubbed Yao's head lovingly. "Not yet. Yao Yao scratched her cheek shyly and whispered. Then let's go back and eat together. Jiang Chen smiled. But, is it okay here? Yao Yao looked at the thick smoke outside with some worry. Don't worry, Marshall, I'm here. Wang Xiaowu turned around at the right time and spoke at the right time. Not bad, he's quite capable. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded to him, then stood up and took Yao Yao's hand. Let's go, call Sun Jiao along. Yeah. Yao Yao nodded, holding the familiar big hand, with a happy smile on her face. After putting on the gas mask with Yao Yao, Jiang Chen found Sun Jiao holding a sniper rifle at the corner of the stairs. Seeing her face full of black, Jiang Chen held back his laughter and handed the gas mask to her. It really choked me to death. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes exaggeratedly, snatched the gas mask, and put it on her face. I told you to stay at home, but you insisted on running out. Jiang Chen couldn't help but scold her. I'm happy to do that. And I killed 51 throwers today. Don't you think you should praise me? Sun Jiao lifted her dusty hair and said with her chest puffed out. I will deal with you when you lose a piece of meat. Jiang Chen glared at her fiercely, although no one could see each other's expression through the mask. Chapter 442, Heartwarming Bubble Bath. As soon as she got home, Sun Jiao ran into the bathroom without taking off her mask. Although she didn't care much about her image when she was on the front line, she has evolved into a civilized person and still loves cleanliness in life. After all, no one wants to expose their ugly appearance in front of the person they like, although Jiang Chen thinks that Sun Jiao with a face full of dust is still cute. How to say it? Maybe this is the so-called contrast cuteness? There is a bathroom in the villa. Coming out of the ashes of the burning corpse, Jiang Chen also wants to take a good bath before eating. But when he realized that there were only 2 people in the bathroom, he met a pair of shy and hopeful big eyes. If we take a bath together, Yao. No, I won't mind. Her cheeks were full of blushes. Yao buried her head, and her little fingers were entangled together. After struggling for a moment, she mustered up her courage again and said, and, Yao's bathing skills are very good. No, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Xiao or Rao. There was absolutely no impure thought, she just couldn't bear to reject that hopeful look. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva, and involuntarily took the soft little hand, and walked into the bathroom with Yao, who was blushing. It always felt like a thief. Squatting in the bathtub full of shampoo bubbles, the little girl hummed a happy tune while holding a bath cloth and busying behind Jiang Chen. The wet air was mixed with a refreshing fragrance, and it stuck to Jiang Chen's back from time to time due to shaking. Feeling the coolness that was close, yet not far away, he actually felt a little bit uncontrollable. Especially the soft little hand. When rubbing the back, it actually had such a magical effect. Jiang Chen felt that all his fatigue was cured. I have to say that it is a very pleasant thing to have a little girl help scrub the body. Yao, please grow up quickly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. He didn't know when the side effects of the inhibitor would be lifted. Turn around, you still have to wipe the front. Yao didn't notice Jiang Chen's changes and leaned close to his ear and said in a singing tone. Feeling the warm itch in his ear, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, put the bubble in front of his waist, and smiled reluctantly. Well, I'll do the front by myself. Yao tilted her little head and curved her cute little mouth. Okay. Just when Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was almost done, there was a splash of water behind him. Yao stood up, holding the edge of the bathtub, stepped on her white legs like lotus roots, turned around carefully, and then sat back in the water with a whoosh. Sitting firmly, Yao nervously swung her little feet in the water and said with a blushing face what she had been looking forward to. Help, rub Yao's back too, okay. Reason told Jiang Chen that it would be better to refuse, but that cute voice was really irresistible. When Yao and Jiang Chen, both with blushing faces, walked out of the bathroom, the night outside the window had gradually darkened. In the dining room, the 3 women had been sitting at the dining table waiting for a long time. Linling, who was extremely hungry, was pouting her little mouth and sitting at the table with chopsticks in her hand. When she saw the 2 people appear in the corridor, she quickly glanced at them and quickly looked away. Sun Jiao and Sun Jiao were more direct, and they looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. One was a little jealous, and the other had bad intentions. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed to be looked at, so he touched his nose and walked forward to sit down, while Yao buried her pretty face with a blushing face and ran into the kitchen with her little slippers clacking. When he sat down, he felt 3 pairs of eyes on him. "Have you eaten?" Sun Jiao asked with a smile. "No." Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Am I such a beast?" The 3 girls nodded at the same time. Jiang Chen's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason to refute, so he could only stare at Linling. "Why are you joining in the fun? Be careful or I will really become a beast." Somehow, Linling unexpectedly did not use her venomous tongue. She just stuck out her tongue and made a face at Jiang Chen, then looked away. "Huh. I always feel something is wrong. Is this girl really sick?" Jiang Chen thought with a strange look on his face. Thinking of the last time Linling coughed, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although Linling always quarreled with him and Sun Jiao, she was actually a pretty good person, cyborg. But just when he was about to ask something, Yao had already walked over with hot meals. "It's time to eat. We are having hot pot today." Yao happily lifted the lid of the pot. "What a nice smell. Woohoo. Finally it's time to eat. I'm starving." Linling stood up excitedly and took the lead in reaching out her chopsticks. "Why are you in such a hurry? No one is trying to snatch it from you." Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at her and said, "If you're slow, I'll eat all the delicious mutton rolls." Linling said proudly while chewing and holding her chopsticks upright. The question hanging in Jiang Chen's mind was soon drowned out by the lively atmosphere. Seeing Linling's energetic appearance, he didn't say anything else. Maybe it was just an illusion. Maybe she's already recovered. Jiang Chen said to himself in his heart. After dinner, Sun Jiao went out with a sniper rifle on his back. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and rested for a while, then got up and prepared to go to the backyard. Since there was a shortage of fuel in the apocalypse, he planned to go back to the present world to get some gasoline. Speaking of gasoline, when he saw those zombies just now, he suddenly had an idea. What if he moved the weapons from the present world to the apocalypse? He had always believed that the weapons from the present world were inferior to the weapons from the apocalypse in terms of penetration and stability. And because there was no shortage of munitions in the apocalypse, he had never considered moving the weapons from the present world. If you think about it carefully, backwardness does not mean that the weapons from the present world are useless. At least when facing zombies with flesh and blood, there is no difference between the Ripper rifle and the AK-47. Anyway, they will die with a headshot, and it is at most a matter of recoil and accuracy. If it is not facing zombies with a higher degree of mutation or alien species with stronger defense, modern weapons can still play a role in the apocalypse. Many survivors' homemade iron pipe pistols and rifles are not necessarily more powerful than the rifles of the present world. Of course, this does not mean that Jiang Chen intends to bring back a bunch of light weapons from the present world. The reserves of ammunition and rifles in the Fishbone base are very sufficient, and the ammunition production line is also in continuous operation. I still need to think about what to bring. Anyway, let's solve the gasoline problem at this stage. Do you need my help? Just when Jiang Chen walked to the door, Sun Jiao stopped Jiang Chen and said seriously, "My ability is still somewhat useful in combat." The ability to detonate subcrystals? It's useful, but it's just too expensive. Jiang Chen silently complained in his heart. "It's better not to use it. Your sister is enough to give me a headache." Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Sun Jiao had to give up the idea of helping. "Then be careful outside." "Yeah." Jiang Chen nodded and said with a smile. He took the gas mask from the hanger at the door and put it on. He waved his hand and walked out the door. Chapter 443 Purchasing Gasoline. The painting style changed and the depressing atmosphere dissipated in an instant. After starting the time travel, Jiang Chen appeared directly on Coconut Island. After checking his phone as usual and confirming that there was no caller ID, Jiang Chen walked towards the beach. The 2 engineering robots were still busy in front of the construction site. After taking out the tablet, to check the progress of the project. Jiang Chen did not disturb them again and walked straight to his speedboat. After taking out the spare oil barrel and filling the tank with oil, he skillfully started the speedboat and drove towards Coral Island. It was late at night, and only sporadic lights could be seen in the direction of the city. After getting off the boat, Jiang Chen did not return to the villa immediately, but drove to a gas station near the southern end of Coral Island. After parking the car next to the self-service gas station, Jiang Chen honked the horn twice. Soon, the employee on duty at the gas station came over. The white man in work clothes rubbed his eyes and walked out lazily. It seemed that he was obviously taking a nap just now. Most of the British residents living in Singapore are bilingual. Looking at Jiang Chen sitting in the car, Colbert yawned, put his hand on the roof, and asked impatiently in Chinese, "How much?" "Add as much as you can." Hearing this, Colbert was obviously stunned for a moment and reached out to touch the stubble on his face. "How much?" Without wasting time, Jiang Chen directly took out a small stack of US dollars and slapped it on the platform. 2,000 US dollars. "Help me prepare a few oil drums." In order to prepare for emergencies, he usually put tens of thousands of cash in the storage space. 2,000 US dollars? Exclamation mark. Colbert woke up immediately and did not move, but looked at Jiang Chen warily. 2,000 US dollars? Why did you buy so much gasoline? He had no time to ask a few more questions. The security situation in Singapore has been a little unstable recently, and now some people are in danger. If this gasoline is sold from him, then others will use this gasoline to cause terror. If an attack comes, it is possible that he will be traced back to him. Although the more oil he sold, the higher the commission he would get at the end of the month, he didn't dare to sell this oil. Sighing, Jiang Chen took out a presidential palace pass from his pocket and put it in front of him. "It's not good for you to ask too many questions, buddy." After taking the presidential palace pass, Colbert's doubts instantly dissipated. Being able to enter and exit the presidential palace of the new country freely, he shouldn't be a terrorist. This person is probably working for the president. The oil barrels are in the warehouse. Wait a moment. After returning the pass to Jiang Chen, Colbert turned and walked towards the warehouse of the gas station. "Wait, is there a truck in this gas station?" Jiang Chen stuck his head out of the car window and called him. Colbert shook his head. "No, but the pickup truck I drive to work is over there." "Okay, what's your name?" Colbert was stunned. "Corbett." "What's wrong?" "Mr. Corbett, do you want to make $1,000? Reaching into his pocket, Jiang Chen took out another stack of US dollars and placed it on the platform, looking at him with a smile and said, "Because there is no National Development and Reform Commission and national conditions, the oil price in Singapore is still international. As the international crude oil market fell below $30 per barrel, number 91 gasoline also fell below $1.30 per gallon, which is $0.34 per liter. So, how much gasoline can $2,000 buy? A full 5,882.4 liters. Based on 159 liters per barrel of oil, this $2,000 can buy a full 37 barrels of gasoline." Corbett almost searched the warehouse of the gas station before he found enough oil barrels. "I believe that with this batch of gasoline, it should be enough for the zombies surrounding the wall of the fishbone base to have a drink." With a huge tip, Corbett naturally worked hard. He grunted and carried the empty oil barrels to the trailer of his pickup truck, then unscrewed the nozzle and began to fill it with oil. A tip of 1,000 US dollars was all he had to do to transport these barrels of oil to the warehouse door of Starring Trading. Where could he find such a cheap job? After several round trips, he finally transported these 37 oil barrels to the warehouse of Starring Trading. After handing the tip to him, Jiang Chen once again told him to keep what happened today to himself. Seeing him patting his chest and making a promise, Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and told him to prepare more oil barrels at the gas station next time, and then signaled him to leave. After seeing Colbert drive away, Jiang Chen returned to the warehouse and closed the door. He threw all the gasoline into the storage space, and then he traveled back to the end of the world. As soon as he arrived at the end of the world, he heard the endless gunfire coming from afar. After placing the gasoline in the warehouse in the backyard, Jiang Chen found Wang Qing and asked her to drag the gasoline into the warehouse. It was no surprise that the marshal often transported supplies to the backyard without anyone noticing. Wang Qing did not ask much and immediately ordered the staff of the logistics department to drive a trailer, carefully load the flammable and explosive materials onto the truck, and then pull them into a separate warehouse for storage. Climbing up the command tower, Jiang Chen saw Wang Xiaowu with a serious face. What's the situation now? The fuel reserves in the base have been consumed by 40%, and the fuel production speed is far behind the consumption, and the reserves of cam resin are only enough to produce 30 barrels of fuel at most. The fuel in the 6th block is just enough, and there is no extra fuel to support us. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to clear the corpses of zombies in 3 days, Wang Xiaowu said with difficulty. Seeing the expression on Wang Xiaowu's face, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I have solved the gasoline problem. Thinking that only 6 hours had passed, Jiang Chen couldn't get a lot of gasoline no matter what, so Wang Xiaowu smiled bitterly and said, 1 or 2 barrels of gasoline can't solve the problem at all. There is not much grease in the bodies of zombies. It takes about 300 liters of gasoline to ignite the bodies under a wall, and the base now has 4 walls. Will 37 barrels of gasoline be enough? Jiang Chen said with a smile. 37 barrels? 37 barrels. Finally reacting, Wang Xiaowu stared at Jiang Chen with eyes wide open. 37 barrels? How many liters? 159 liters, already put in the warehouse. 159 liters, a total of 5883 liters. Ha ha ha. Great. Overjoyed, Wang Xiaowu slammed his fist down on the table, then raised his hand and pressed the headset. Attention, cremation squad, get ready to go to the warehouse to get fuel. Burn him for me. Damn it. Got it. After ending the call, Wang Xiaowu realized his gaffe just now and couldn't help but scratched the back of his head with a grin. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about these details, smiled and continued, don't worry about the fuel, I will get another batch in a few days. Make sure to guard the wall, don't save it for me, understand? Got it. Wang Xiaowu stood at attention and saluted with high spirits. The 37 barrels brought by Jiang Chen undoubtedly solved the urgent needs of the base. As for how he got them, who cares? As a qualified subordinate, he only needs to complete the tasks assigned to him step by step. Chapter 444 just beginning. Additional chapter for leader Leng Ruohan. The first leader in my writing career, he. Night battles are very disadvantageous for the survivors. Not only will the soldiers' vision be obstructed, but combat fatigue will also be accelerated. Although night vision goggles are available, it is impossible for more than 2,000 soldiers to have one each. So Wang Xiaowu's strategy is still physical lighting. Every once in a while, the mortar will fire several hovering flares into the sky, lighting up the battlefield with a bright red light. Although it will not make the battlefield as bright as daytime, it is enough to provide vision for the soldiers aiming and shooting. On the other hand, the zombies have brought them many advantages at night. Completely freed from the shackles of sunlight, each zombie is as fierce as if they were on drugs. Not only are ordinary zombies much faster than during the day, but the arm strength of the throwers mixed in the zombies has also increased a lot, and each of them is trying their best to throw their sons into the base. The exploding young zombies really caused a lot of trouble for the soldiers on the wall. Stretchers were carried down one after another, and everyone's heart was suppressed by a thick haze. The dumping of gasoline every 6 hours was the only chance for the soldiers who were defending the wall to get a respite. Only the sea of fire could make the zombies instinctively feel and stop attacking the settlement. However, when the flames faded, the tide-like offensive would continue. As the head of the second corps, Wang Xiaowu didn't sleep much all night. He only took a short nap on the sofa when he dumped gasoline twice to burn the corpses. Jiang Chen took Sun Jiao back to the villa at 12 o'clock. Although Sun Jiao wanted to do what she could to protect the base, Jiang Chen would never allow her to fight tiredly. But when it comes to Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen didn't care how much influence a person could have on the battle situation until later he found that her contribution was indeed not small. With her terrifyingly accurate shooting skills, many throwers were shot in the head with a sniper rifle before they could throw the larvae in their hands. After 6 hours, more than 200 throwers died under her gun. While boosting morale, the pressure on the east wall, where the zombies attacked the most fiercely, was also relieved a lot. The east wall faces the city center. After all, for now, the biggest threat to the soldiers on the wall is the throwers. The next morning, the zombies' offensive paused slightly. Even in the alien tide, the density of zombies' activities is not absolutely uniform. Often, after a wave of zombies ends, there will be a vacuum period of varying lengths before new zombies wander into this area. The base is safe. Standing on the wall and looking out, the scene outside is really quite spectacular. The wall was burned black, and the carbon slag and ashes on the ground looked black and white, emitting a disgusting burnt smell. The gasoline burned a 7 or 8 meter open space outside the wall, and outside this was still a sea of corpses. The remains of the zombies began to emit a foul odor, and the tissues that were originally kept incorrupt by X1 bacteria also began to decay gradually. Flies and mosquitoes were circling around the pile of rotting corpses. The flies as big as basins and the mosquitoes as long as thighs made people's scalps numb. Occasionally, 2 or 3 zombies wandered towards the wall with dull eyes and were also shot down in the pile of corpses by sporadic gunshots. Is it over? Standing on the wall, Jiang Chen asked Sun Jiao beside him. It's just beginning. Sun Jiao sighed with the SK-10 Sirius hanging on her chest. Is it just beginning? Jiang Chen stared at the mosquitoes and flies that were accumulating more and more not far away. Generally speaking, the higher the density of alien activities, the lower the density of zombies will be, and the distribution density of the two usually shows an inversely proportional trend. Now the density of zombies is decreasing. This is not a good phenomenon. How long will it take for this alien tide to end? Jiang Chen asked helplessly. When Wanghe City restores its ecological balance. Sun Jiao shrugged and teased. All living creatures, including zombies, have a sense of living space. When their number exceeds a certain threshold and the city center can no longer accommodate them, they will expand outward and expand the scope of the city center. Just waiting will not end the alien tide. Only by killing all the migrating zombies and aliens can the war end. If not, then they can only give up their territory and migrate to a distant place. In this wasteland, where everything has become deformed, only natural selection will never be deformed. The zombies not far away approached. Sun Jiao took off the laser rifle on her chest, pulled the folding stock, and placed it on her shoulder, aimed at the zombies, half closed her eyes, and pulled the trigger. A needle-thick blue beam flashed, and a fist-sized notch was instantly burned on the zombie's forehead. The dark contents flowed out, and it continued to walk 2 steps, then knelt silently on the ground. Several more beams flashed, and several zombies fell silently. There is no kai 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 shooting sound effect like in science fiction movies. In reality, laser rifles are silent killers. Although this high-tech weapon is far less popular in the wasteland than the durable and practical gunpowder rifle due to maintenance troubles, expensive parts, limited range, weak EMP resistance and other issues, Sun Jiao seems to have a special liking for it. The trajectory is straight, there is no recoil, and the burst is high at close range. It's really a science fiction thing. Looking at the weapon in Sun Jiao's hand, Jiang Chen said enviously. He actually always wanted to get 2 of these weapons as collections, but the weapon stores in the 6th district only sell C-type batteries that can be used in laser rifles, and rarely sell laser rifles themselves. Occasionally, when he passed by the 6th district, he didn't see it, so he forgot about it. It is said that this type of laser rifle is mainly deployed on a large scale in the space battlefield. After all, in a zero-gravity environment, who dares to shoot with a conventional rifle? If you don't hit anyone with one shot, you might even be blown away. Is this considered science fiction? Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and put the rifle back to her chest. Get ready to go down. It won't be safe on the wall later. Mutated flies and mosquitoes? Jiang Chen squinted at the increasingly dense black mass in the distance and turned around and walked down the wall with Sun Jiao. Because of the appearance of flying aliens, Lu Huasheng urgently evacuated the survivors in the base and transferred them to the temporary shelter in the sewer. Although Jiang Chen didn't want to brag about his foresight, the temporary shelter he ordered to be built in the sewer did come in handy this time. These flying creatures can easily cross the walls of the base, which is undoubtedly a disaster for ordinary survivors in the base. At this time, all you need to do is hide in the sewer. After more than half a year of continuous reinforcement, this main traffic route connecting the 6th block and the Fishbone base has been reinforced like an iron barrel. As long as the entrances at both ends are guarded, no alien species can break in. When Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao went to the community center, they could hardly see anyone along the way. After arriving at the command room, they saw the only living person left in the community center, Han Junhe. She folded her arms and stared at the holographic topographic map on the table with an indifferent expression. The red and blue dots on the map intertwined, marking the forces of the enemy and the enemy. Judging from the distribution of troops alone, the First Corps has already gained the upper hand, but the expression on her face at this moment is not much relaxed. How is the situation on the Western Front? Jiang Chen asked immediately after seeing her. It's a bit bad. She still had the same expression as always, but from her voice, Jiang Chen could faintly hear a hint of solemnity. Chapter 445, Dilemma on the Western Front. Western Front. In the suburbs of Jia City, 6 kilometers away from the Jia City Sports Center, Chen Weiguo built a temporary combat command post here. At this moment, he was standing in front of the holographic map, pointing his fingers at the main roads on the map, and then took out a red arrow of attack and gave orders to his team. Teammate, pay attention. The mutants have deployed a large number of anti-aircraft machine guns in the foxholes of Sinshuan Park. Your task is to follow this route, break through the mutant infantry's defense line, and destroy their anti-aircraft machine gun positions. Do you understand? Understood. Team 5, pay attention. From. Damn it. Chen Weiguo raised his head and looked at the orange-yellow light group exploding in the air in the distance. Wide area electromagnetic interference bombs can interrupt radio communications in the area within an hour. Cursing secretly, Chen Weiguo threw the headset full of noise on the table and sat back in his chair. This kind of radio communication shielding is effective for both the enemy and us. Without command, the troops fighting on the front line can only maintain the current deployment and fight on their own. This boring trick can only delay time, and neither side can redeploy their troops. However, the mutants do not seem to need to make any new deployments. As the defenders, all they need to do is to hold on. The sound of artillery fire in the distance made Chen Weiguo upset. The mutants' delaying tactics made him feel uneasy. The mutants unexpectedly had a lot of good things in their hands. It seems that the Dusk Church is not an easy target. Soon, a messenger with a rifle ran up to him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Weiguo said to him, "Notify Team 4 to advance along Nangxi Road to the crossroads." Unlike the terrain of Wanghe City, the environment of Jia City with rivers crisscrossing makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The Jia City Sports Center, which is the command base of the mutants, is surrounded by layers of rivers. In order to resist the offensive of the NAC First Corps, the mutants learned to be smart. They blew up all the bridges of the rivers and then huddled in the defense line. However, these rivers caused great trouble for the armored units of NAC. On the first day of the attack, the NAC armored forces were blocked at the highway entrance west of Jia City. The bridge across the river was blown into several sections. In order to allow the armored forces to pass through the river, Wang Xiaowu really spent a lot of effort. First artillery firebombed the mutant defenders on the other side of the river, and then the infantry went forward to build a pontoon bridge. After occupying the other side of the river, the armored forces passed through. The situation became much more optimistic when the tanks crossed the river. The armored vanguard led the way, followed by the infantry. After racing all the way to capture the city for 4 kilometers, the mutants abandoned their armor and fled in panic. But soon the situation became serious again. As they entered the city, the number of rivers increased instead of decreasing, and the advancement of the armored forces was once again blocked. The tragic defeat of Site Number 7 made the mutants realize the ferocity of the NAC armored forces, so they deployed defenses along the river and insisted on the street fighting strategy. The mutants entrenched in Jia City are many times more difficult to deal with than those in Site Number 7. In addition to those troublesome anti-tank guns and mortars, the mutants even got a tactical nuclear bomb from nowhere. 200 light infantrymen without armor protection fell instantly, and a hunting tiger second also broke down. Fortunately, the dead were basically recruits from the prisoners of Site number 7. Cheng Weiguo just twitched his eyebrows, but he was not particularly distressed. But whether he was distressed or not, the battle situation became tense. In order to prevent the mutants from having tactical nuclear bombs, Cheng Weiguo had to choose to extend the front and give up the strategy of cluster attack. These mutants must be commanded by humans. There are about 20,000 mutants entrenched in Jiao City, which is 5 times the number of the First Corps. Although the First Corps is equipped with a large number of heavy firepower weapons and armored units, it is still trapped in a hard battle due to the crisscrossing rivers. The Blitzkrieg offensive is blocked. I'm afraid that the First Corps will not be able to capture Jiao City in the short term, Han Jianhua said with his arms folded, looking at the holographic map. I've said it before, fighting on 2 fronts is too crazy. Sun Jiao sneered and sat down on the sofa. Didn't you consider that the mutants might blow up the bridges? Jiang Chen looked at Han Jianhua and asked. A total of 217 bridges were blown up. According to the quality standards of ordinary highway bridges of PAC, at least 600 kilograms of explosives must be placed in the supporting structure to blow up a bridge. Han Jianhua said lightly 130.2 tons of explosives. The supply of these mutants is really too abundant. Fuck, where did those beasts get so much explosives? Sun Jiao couldn't help but curse fiercely. 130 tons. Even if they plundered the entire 6th Street district, they probably couldn't get so much explosives. Even if the financial resources of the Dusk Church are not small, they are a force that migrated from the Northern Union District after all. There is no reason for them to carry so many things. Maybe it's not explosives, Jiang Chen suddenly said. Han Jianhua and Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen together, and suddenly, Sun Jiao seemed to understand something. Yajing. That's right, Sun Jiao said that her ability was induced by genetic engineering, not simply evolved by drinking genetic drugs. In other words, her ability is not unique in the Church of Twilight. Jiang Chen said solemnly. The ability to detonate subcrystals. As we all know, mutants and humans are mortal enemies. The two sides only exist in plunder and slavery, and there is no trade. And they basically get food by hunting alien species. In the past 10 years, they must have a large amount of unused subcrystals in their hands. Others can't afford this money, but mutants don't care. What are you talking about? Han Jianhua looked at the two of them, puzzled. Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao looked at each other, and then told Han Jianhua about Sun Jiao. Han Jianhua lowered his head and pondered for a moment. I have a question that I can't figure out. Why can the Church of Twilight establish a cooperative relationship with mutants? Have you asked Sun Jiao? Sun Jiao shook her head. She would not let her sister recall that memory. Han Jianhua looked at Jiang Chen with an inquiring look. Mutants need to improve the Fev virus to gain reproductive ability, and the Dusk Church needs the Eden technology of Shelter 05. The interests of both parties are the same, and the Dusk Church will eventually roll out of the earth without leaving a trace, so there will be no conflict between the two parties in the future. Jiang Chen organized the known information in his mind and simply stated, Eden Project? When I was the commander of the 71st Mechanic Division, I heard people talking about a national research institute in Wanghai City that was responsible for research in this area. It is said that once the technology breakthrough is successful, the problem of colonization of alien galaxies can be solved. Han Jianhua pinched his chin and muttered to himself. What if the Fev virus is provided to mutants and they fight each other? Sun Jiao suggested. Impossible. Once this is done, there will be no trouble in the short term, but the long-term trouble will be huge. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He thought about this problem, but soon rejected it. Mutants who have freed themselves from the constraints of reproductive function no longer need to rely on capturing and raising humans to reproduce, which will be a disaster for the survivors in the entire wasteland. I have to admit that ugly mutants are indeed more suitable for this land. They can chew on dead claw meat that is more toxic than rat poison, and eat raw mutant fruits that do not need to be processed. If such mutants can also gain fertility, then humans really can't survive. Suddenly, Han Junho raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. What about another angle? We first find shelter number 05 and then provide the Garden of Eden project to the Church of Dusk so that they lose the motivation to control Wanghe City. Without the supply of foreign aid and the arms production line of site number 7, the mutants will collapse on their own. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446. Cleaning the floor does not require technology. Open the Eden project to the Church of Twilight. From the perspective of all mankind, this may be a harmless choice. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen is a selfish person. Although he doesn't mind letting others get rich while he lives a good life. But there is a premise here, that is, this generosity must be led by him. Maybe one day he will nod and agree to build the Garden of Eden, but that is also the Garden of Eden controlled by Nak. As for passing the Eden project to others, he will not consider such a thing at all. If their final plan is to build a colony ship to leave the Earth, then they have no conflict of interest with us either. Han Junho looked at Jiang Chen and said, "That's a pity. They are destined not to go to heaven." Jiang Chen said with a smile. Sighing, Han Junho folded his arms and looked at the holographic map. Then there is only the way of war. But judging from the ammunition reserves in Shengxiang town, if we can't take Jia City within 10 days, I'm afraid we can only give up the results of the battle in site number 7. Shengxiang town is a raw material supply area, and the arms production lines are basically concentrated in the Fishbone Base and the 6th block. Although a large amount of mutant weapons and steel were seized from Site 7, no weapons production line was found. If Site 7 is abandoned, and the First Corps is mobilized to defend, it means that the plan to conquer mutants is only half completed. Mutants can retake Site 7, and then take a long winter to recuperate. If Nak suffers heavy losses in the alien tide, then the mutants will undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to attack. If the alien tide continues until this time next year, when the alien tide first broke out, the entire Earth was in a nuclear winter, which was many times colder than the winters of the past few years. Jiang Chen did not think that the aliens would roll back underground in winter, so he could not bet that the alien tide would end this year. Ammunition reserves? Jiang Chen frowned. Mainly mortar shells and 5 kilograms and 10 kilogram mass shells. The light weapons ammunition reserves are sufficient, but we do not have the ability to fill them with human lives, Han Junho said lightly. In other words, what is lacking is heavy weapons. Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. I have a solution. As long as there are enough shells to clean up the ground, right? Han Junho looked at Jiang Chen. Use helicopters to transport from the Fishbone Base? But considering the shell storage and production in the base, there is no space to support the First Corps. The Fishbone Base dumps about 200 mortar shells and 300 5 kg class shells every day. In order to meet this consumption, the ammunition production line is already running at full speed. No need to transport from the Fishbone Base. I can get it from somewhere else. Jiang Chen shook his head, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Han Junho looked at the smile on Jiang Chen's face in silence. This smile evoked some not so good memories of her. Due to technological factors, the weapons of the 21st century are inferior to those of the 22nd century. To give a common example, if the Prowler of the First Corps of Nak is brought to the present world to fight a mechanized division of the United States, who will win? It can only be said that how much of this mechanized division can be left depends entirely on how much the particle cannon and coaxial electromagnetic cannon can extract before the fuel and ammunition of the Prowler tank are exhausted. Unless it is directly hit by a nuclear bomb or other large yield explosives, the weapons of the world really have no way to deal with the armor of the Prowler. But when it comes to the efficiency of killing zombies, an American mechanized division is probably much more efficient than the entire NAC First Corps. As for why, the reason is also very simple. Because when facing something without any technical content, all technical content is redundant. For example, killing zombies, such as artillery washing the ground, A shuttle of Katasha flies over. What difference does it make, whether it is precision guided or not? In addition to those dangerous species with abnormal defense and mobility, let alone zombies, how many conventional alien species can survive? The same is true for dealing with mutants. The anti-tank guns and individual rockets in their hands can indeed pose a considerable threat to the armored forces of the First Corps. If an M201 tank is put on the front line, there is no doubt that the mutants can blow it up with a single anti-tank gun, and they can't hide. But what if we get dozens of heavy mortars, or even rocket launchers? Don't forget that, although they are holding 22nd century rifles, they are still soft targets. After coming out of the community center, Jiang Chen took Sun Jiao's hand and walked towards the villa. Flames were gushing from the wall in the distance. Soldiers wearing heavy bulletproof vests were carrying fuel tanks and holding the nozzles for ignition in front of them. It's not a high-tech thing, but the mutant mosquitoes only need to dive, and they will become roasted mosquitoes. Are you going to transport weapons from over there? Sun Jiao keenly guessed Jiang Chen's idea. Yes. Jiang Chen pinched her little hand and smiled triumphantly. Will the stuff over there work? Sun Jiao asked doubtfully. This kind of doubt is probably similar to a guerrilla fighter in the 20th century who heard an ancient person who traveled from the Ming dynasty say that he would use the weapons of his dynasty to support the war of resistance against Japan. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't explain, just promised, "You'll know whether it works or not when the time comes." After returning to the villa, Jiang Chen immediately returned to the real world. Affected by the American equipment in the hands of the Philippine rebels, Roberts was in a tight spot, and asking him to help with arms was a bit too much. Besides, he has already retired. Thinking of this, it seems that there is only one person left for Jiang Chen to ask. It was almost dusk, but there was still some time before the normal working hours. After driving the Lamborghini out of the garage, Jiang Chen drove directly to the newly opened Russian embassy. Natasha was standing guard under the awning at the entrance of the embassy with her arms folded in boredom. Although she was a security chief, due to the size of the embassy, there were only 3 security personnel in total, so she still had to take turns to stand guard. After parking the car at the entrance of the embassy, Jiang Chen lowered the window and joked to her, "Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dinner?" Looking at Jiang Chen with some surprise, Natasha curled her lips and said, "Of course." She walked to the other side and opened the car door. Natasha shouted to the embassy, "Kalachev, come out and watch the door." Without waiting for a response from the embassy, she got into the car very consciously. After fastening her seatbelt, Natasha shook her hair behind her head and then leaned back comfortably on the comfortable seat. "I heard that gentleman will get out of the car to open the door for ladies. Don't you want to change out of your security uniform?" Jiang Chen said with a smile, ignoring her teasing. "No need." Natasha curled her lips and crossed her legs. "Isn't it good to wear a uniform? Sweat. What's wrong with this girl?" Jiang Chen remembered that when he was in Ukraine, he tied her to a chair with his hands tied behind his back. She looked at him with a look of hatred because she suspected that he had taken her virginity. Jiang Chen coughed dryly and reached out to start the car. "I can't talk business with you properly if you do this." "Talk about business?" Natasha's eyes flickered slightly. She lowered her legs from her knees and sat up slightly. For example, my company needs some munitions for legitimate defense. What would you like to eat?" "Barbecue and beer. I remember there is a good beach bar that provides barbecue on the beach not far from here," Natasha said with a smile. It seems that she is already familiar with the environment in this area. "Okay, let's talk about arms now." Don't you want to talk while eating?" Natasha interrupted Jiang Chen with a smile. Responding to her with a look of "as you wish," Jiang Chen skillfully turned on the GPS navigation. "Hold on." Jiang Chen stepped on the accelerator. The car turned into a beautiful shadow and sped away towards the seaside. Chapter 447, A Transaction from a Distance. In the end of the world, in the southern suburbs of Sun City, a 100-story building stands alone in the ruins. Not far away, a signboard with the words East Asia Electronics is tilted beside the road, replaced by the red-painted Crimson Chamber of Commerce printed in the center of the high-rise building. The original owner of this building foresightedly used a lot of expensive and sturdy materials when building this building. As a result, this building survived the nuclear explosion that occurred 5 kilometers away more than 20 years ago. Unfortunately, the light radiation eventually burned him to ashes. When the nuclear explosion came, he was taking the elevator from the top floor office to the underground, but unfortunately died on the 27th floor. This building changed hands several times in the end of the world, and was eventually occupied by the Crimson Chamber of Commerce as a base. The height of the 100-story building is simply a natural watchtower that can monitor the situation dozens of kilometers away. Standing on the top of the 100th floor, Lin Chaoan sat on the edge of the roof with his feet dangling in the air. He didn't care about the height that made his scalp numb at all. He just squinted his eyes motionlessly and looked in the direction of Wanghei City. He really wasn't afraid of heights, because that was an emotion that only living things would have. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Sure enough, Wanghei City has changed. Is this predictable?" Standing 2 meters behind him, a man in a suit and leather shoes with a stern look stood with his hands behind his back, frowning and staring in the direction of Wanghei City. However, the distance was clear, and only the outline of Wanghei City was faintly visible. Except for a few thin black smoke, he could no longer see anything unusual. Ko Guankei, the current president of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce. Last winter, his father Ko Jinsang launched a coup to seize power in the 6th district, but failed and died. After receiving the news, he made a prompt decision and led the soldiers loyal to him to execute his cousin who was about to split up, that is, his father's nephew Ko Wenyi. In the end, he took over all the industries of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce and prevented the division of this huge family business. It was also after that he met Lin Chaoan and started to cooperate with him. A month ago, he followed Lin Chaoan's advice, withdrew the caravan of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce doing business in Wanghei City, and cashed out the industries purchased anonymously in the 6th block in batches. Although he was still skeptical about Lin Chaoan's words at the time, he didn't expect that what the robot said would actually come true. Wanghei City did have an alien tide. Of course, everything in this world has a cause and effect. Lin Chaoan sighed and said leisurely, for example, the economic crisis in 2150 doomed the outbreak of this war. And that economic crisis started from. Ko Guankei sneered and said unceremoniously, "I'm not interested in listening to your deduction of history. I'm a businessman. I only care about the present and Lin Chaoan suddenly interrupted him and put his index finger to his mouth. Then, he put his hand beside his ear and closed his eyes as if to listen. "Listen, they are talking again." Lin Chaoan leaned forward with a smile. "Poor little bugs, tut tut." Ko Guankei, who was watching from the side, twitched his eyebrows. He suddenly had the urge to step forward and kick this idiot. But thinking that he didn't need to be angry with the robot, he restrained this dangerous impulse. Playing tricks. After cursing in a low voice, Ko Guankei turned and walked towards the elevator. "Aren't you curious about what I heard?" Lin Chaoan said lazily, turning his head. "I'm just curious about what kind of mood your designer had when bringing you into this world." Ko Guankei curled his lips and said sarcastically without leaving a trace. "Probably, similar to the mentality of a father?" As if he didn't hear the sarcasm in the words, Lin Chaoan shrugged and continued, "Speaking of which, there is one thing I'm very curious about. Can you answer me?" "Oh, is there something you don't know?" Ko Guankei smiled. "Don't you want to take revenge on that man? He killed your father." Lin Chaoan asked with a smile. He was referring to Jiang Chen, of course. Because of the sudden intervention of the fishbone base, the already tilted balance of victory fell heavily to the ground, and all the chips were taken into the arms of that person. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind, which is probably the feeling. There is no father and son in the business world. He failed to invest in Wanghei City, and then lost all his chips, that's all. Ko Guankei said expressionlessly. "You are really open-minded." Lin Chaoan smiled strangely, turned his head back, and continued to look at the sky in the distance. Although the Crimson Chamber of Commerce originated from the 6th block of Wanghei City, its base is in Su City, and its business is in Hangzhou City and Luzhou, which is farther away. I have always disagreed with my father's strategy of intervening in the local situation. Only by adhering to the identity of a businessman can we bring greater benefits. Kao Guanke said lightly. Really? Lin Cheon asked slowly. Just like Kao Guanke was not interested in what he heard, he was also not interested in the business philosophy of this businessman. In his opinion, no matter how these humans manipulated the subcrystal, they were no different from the magpies on the treetops. They simply did not understand what kind of powerful thing they were holding in their hands. Yes. Kao Guanke nodded. Without saying anything else, Lin Cheon just looked quietly in the direction of Wanhei City. He seemed to have seen something interesting, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Kao Guanke stood behind him speechlessly. At this moment, the communication device on his body vibrated. Raising his finger and pressing on his collar, Kao Guanke answered the phone. Hello. Yeah, got it. Soon, he hung up the phone and looked at Lin Cheon, who was sitting on the edge of the building. The things you want are ready. Really? That's great. Lin Cheon's smile became more and more intense, and he pushed his hands on the ground and stood up. This action is nothing but doing this action on the edge of the 100th floor. Kao Guanke thought he was calm enough, but just watching his actions, he couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp. Pharmacy formula. When Lin Cheon passed by him, he said, "Oh, that thing." Lin Cheon seemed to remember something, took out a fingernail-sized USB flash drive from his pocket, and said lazily, "Take it, it's all in here. The formula of that good time. That fantasy poison. The formula of the drug." Taking the USB flash drive, Kao Guanke couldn't help holding his breath. He felt his fingers trembling. It was as if what he held in his hand was not a USB drive, but a key to the Asian crystal library. Just one pill and he could live in a happy pre-war era. After appreciating the expression on his face for 2 seconds, Lin Cheon raised his lips meaningfully, left him and walked towards the elevator. Zoomed away from the two of them. A 6-story manned rocket stood in an open space 1 kilometer north of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce building. Chapter 448, Arms Purchase from Russia. The BM-21 rocket launcher, nicknamed Hail, was also called Stalin's organ in the early days. It was equipped by the Soviet Army before 1964, and has been used ever since. It can be seen in the Afghan War and the Iran-Iraq War. Even in today's military modernization, this rough weapon has not withdrawn from the stage of history. The 122mm 40-tube rocket launcher, towed by a small military truck, is a relatively simple type of rocket launcher. But don't be fooled by the appearance of this little guy. Its rocket launcher can reach a terrifying 720 rockets in a salvo. The total output weight is 48,000 kilograms, which exceeds the total salvo of all conventional artillery of the US Army division. It can be said to be a nightmare for enemy infantry and its own logistics personnel. The only drawback is the hit rate. Sitting in this beach bar, the two chose a remote corner, drinking and eating Brazilian-style barbecue, while discussing dangerous topics. When Jiang Chen told Natasha that he needed to purchase a large number of a kind of covering weapon with strong deterrent power, the girl, who had already drunk a few glasses of beer, immediately slapped the beer cup in her hand and vividly promoted this Stalin's organ to him. If you just pursue rough firepower, then no weapon is more suitable for you than the BM-21 rocket launcher. Seeing her face flushed from drinking, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease. "Why do I feel that you are a waste of talent to be an agent? Why don't you go to an arms company to be a salesman?" Burp. Natasha burped indecently, rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, and domineeringly threw her golden hair behind her head. "Be a man. Are you going to buy it or not? Buy. How much?" Natasha's bright red mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. 8 units. Jiang Chen put down the skewer of the barbecue kebab and said casually, 8. Armed to companies? Natasha supported her cheekbone with one hand, tilted her head and smacked her lips. "It should be no problem. I remember that the 8th Division under the Ural Military District is preparing to update its equipment, and that pile of junk is worried about not having a buyer." Sweat. Is it really okay to describe your own equipment like this in front of the buyer? Jiang Chen thought with shame. This guy's really drunk. "How much is the price?" Jiang Chen asked casually, after wiping a handful of meat skewers. "I don't know about this, but roughly speaking, it shouldn't be very expensive. The main cost is ammunition." How many rockets do you need?" Jiang Chen stretched out 4 fingers. 4,000? Natasha yawned and asked casually. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and said, 40,000. The beer glass fell from his hand to the table with a bang, and the beer spilled all over the table. However, Natasha ignored the wet clothes on her chest and stood up with the help of the table. She stared at Jiang Chen with her half-drunk and half-awake green eyes and trembled softly. 40,000? Yes, can you sell it? Jiang Chen raised his chin provocatively and grinned. Are you sure it's not 1,000 rubble mortar shell, but a rocket? Natasha asked in a lost voice. Is it really okay to speak so loudly here? Jiang Chen coughed lightly and said in a low voice. Natasha's cheeks flushed and she quickly glanced around. She saw that the people in the barbecue restaurant were indeed secretly looking at this side. Many people who were talking stopped talking and stopped drinking their beer glasses. There have been a lot of big news on Koro Island recently, and everyone's gossip mood is a bit high. I'm afraid that, if she shouts like this today, last night, an arms dealer sold rockets to the black gang at the beach bar, and other exaggerated rumors will spread all over the streets. It's better to keep a low profile in the arms business. Natasha smiled ambiguously, realizing that she had lost her composure, and put her index finger on Jiang Chen's chin in a drunken manner. Then what are you waiting for? Let me see if you are a mortar or a large caliber rocket. She bit her red lips hard on the word large. Hearing such obscene words from such a hot beauty, the male creatures in the store, including Jiang Chen, all instinctively raised their heads. After saying this, Natasha calmly stretched out her hand to cover her collar, turned around and walked out of the store, disappearing from the sight of the wolves. TSK, I can play with those legs for a year. A drunk holding a beer glass lying next to the bar said dryly. Glancing at his old friend with disdain, the drunk next to him said confidently, TSK, you look like an amateur. I've been watching girls for so many years, and the curve of that hip shape is simply the best. Burp. The last words turned into a vague burp. The drunkard blushed after being told this by his old friend. He said angrily, stop talking nonsense. Don't you blow your toothpick often? If you have the guts, come on. With a wry smile, the old friend who had been talking so well suddenly softened his tone and said, I can't afford it. As he said that, he pointed at the Lamborghini outside the window. It has nothing to do with mortar or rocket. The key is a green Franklin. No matter what, the topic of the bar was successfully diverted by Natasha. What mortar, rocket? It turns out that is what they are referring to. The girls looked at Jiang Chen with unfriendly faces, and their burning eyes were filled with jealousy, and jealousy. Are you tempted by the uniform? Ignoring the envious and jealous eyes, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head when he recalled what she said when she got on the car. The breasts that surpass those of the beautiful girl Liu Yao and the perky buttocks really make people feel dry in the mouth. But those asterisk are destined to be jealous in vain. Not to mention them, even Jiang Chen can't afford to get on. Having an in-depth communication performance art with a KGB woman is no different from crashing into the web of a mother spider. Once you have a relationship with her that goes beyond normal friendship, you really have to be prepared. After slapping a $100 bill on the table, Jiang Chen walked out the door without waiting for the waiter to change the money. Gentlemanly opening the car door for Natasha, Jiang Chen walked to the driver's seat and sat down himself. Is it okay to drink and drive? Natasha opened and closed her bright red lips, making the car smell like alcohol. Didn't you notice that you were the one drinking all the time? Jiang Chen teased, reaching out to turn the car key. Where is your home? Natasha looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said nothing. Her eyes seemed to say, shouldn't you be a gentleman and invite me to your house to take a shower at this time? Well, I'll take you back to the embassy. Don't. Natasha said hurriedly, glaring at Jiang Chen fiercely. If she appeared in the embassy like this, how could she maintain her dignity in front of her subordinates in the future? Your apartment? Jiang Chen said simply. Pursing her red lips, Natasha poked the GPS screen hard in half. Fasten your seatbelts. Grinning at her unwilling look, Jiang Chen opened the window, then stepped on the accelerator and got on the road. The sea breeze blew away the smell of alcohol in the car. Are you afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? Jiang Chen smiled. This is true. He has never been afraid of anything. Her chest was wet, and she felt a little cold from the wind. Natasha reached out drunkenly to close the car window. Are you afraid of the KGB identity or the relationship with the agent that goes beyond friendship? Jiang Chen said nothing and reached out to turn on the music on the car radio. Natasha rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, pouted her lips in anger, and fell silent. He peeked at her through the mirror, but only saw a drunken look. With her half-closed eyes, Jiang Chen couldn't understand what she was thinking. Soon the car stopped at her door. Panting, Natasha pulled off the seatbelt that was deforming her chest. It's time to change the car. The glass is bulletproof, but the hood and fuel tank are only covered with a layer of aluminum alloy. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You mean, someone wants to kill me? Do you have to wait until someone wants to kill you before you know to pay attention to safety? Can't you be a little more afraid of death? Natasha rolled her eyes at him, shook her long golden hair, and stepped out of the car door. That's true. Jiang Chen touched his chin and nodded. How about after we solve this alien tide, we can find some experts in car design in the 6th block to make a cool car. Seeing Natasha had already walked to the door of the cabin, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to talk about the business and hurriedly spoke. By the way, the matter of arms. I'm dizzy now, just send me a text message. I'll contact the country after I sleep for 2 hours tomorrow morning. Waving her hand impatiently, Natasha held her head and walked towards the door. Is it really okay? Seeing her staggering appearance, Jiang Chen was really a little worried. Seeing her close the door, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and started the car and drove back home. Chapter 449, Applying the Past to the Present. At about 9 o'clock, Jiang Chen returned to the end of the world. The flares illuminated the base like daylight, but the apartment building in the base was dark and silent. Flying alien species such as mutant mosquitoes and mutant flies have appeared outside, and the walls cannot absolutely guarantee the safety of the survivors in the base. So only the combatants are left on the surface, and the survivors have evacuated to the shelter facilities converted from the sewers. Jiang Chen's villa was also dark, but from the light leaking through the gaps in the curtains, the people inside did not evacuate. There was really no need to evacuate. The entire villa was the most solid fortress in the base, and with Sun Jiao and Sun Jiao staying inside, there was no need to worry about any alien species posing a threat to the people inside. Sun Jiao, needless to say, had no rival in terms of individual combat power in the entire base. Her sister Sun Jiao was not weak at all. Although she usually looked docile, sinister, she was still very agile. After all, before she recovered her memory, she had sneaked into the base without anyone noticing, and had a fierce battle with her brother-in-law. Pushing open the door of the villa, Jiang Chen unexpectedly found Han Jianhe sitting in the living room. Sensing the doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes, Han Jianhe answered concisely. For the convenience of command, it is better for me to stay on the surface. Don't worry about safety issues. Weapon training is a compulsory course for pack officers. Sun Jiao sat opposite Han Jianhe. After seeing Jiang Chen, she asked anxiously, is it solved? It's solved. The only thing left is that I have to go to the Western Front in person. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Sun Jiao opened her mouth with some concern about Jiang Chen's going to the front line, but in the end she said nothing. She naturally knew why Jiang Chen wanted to go there in person, but she was a little worried about his safety. Han Jianhe frowned slightly and said directly what Sun Jiao wanted to say. Excuse me, I don't think your going to the Western Front will bring much change to the war situation. On the contrary, it will add unnecessary variables to the war situation. If we talk about command ability, Chen Weiguo is there enough. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. I went outside not to go to the front line, but to ask for help. Jiang Chen racked his brains for a while and found a suitable word. Ask for help? Han Jianhe frowned. She didn't know Jiang Chen's ability, and Jiang Chen didn't plan to tell her for the time being, before he was sure of her reaction. Even though she had a special slave chip embedded in the back of her head. Yes, I have solved the problem of insufficient heavy weapons and ammunition on the Western Front, but the only trouble is that I have to go there in person. Jiang Chen's vague statement obviously did not satisfy Han Jianhe. but looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, that could not be refused. Han Junhe looked at him silently for half a minute. Since you insist. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the door. Are you leaving now? I still want to get some sleep. Jiang Chen couldn't help but say as he watched her put on her shoes and walk out the door. Of course not now, but military deployment needs to be carried out in advance. After loading the laser pistol for self-defense, Han Junhe tapped his toes beside the door. You will take a helicopter to leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's better to say hello to the people on the front line now, to avoid interfering with their combat plans. I'll go to the community center and come back. You don't have to follow me. Mac has only 2 young C-51s, and now they are all deployed in the Hunter Corps. Air resources are extremely tight, and even if the Marshal travels, he has to make an appointment in advance. The arms sale soon came into focus. The BM-21 rocket launcher is very cheap. A vehicle and a launcher only cost $200,000. 8 vehicles cost Jiang Chen only $1.6 million in total. The real money is the shells. The launcher is old, but the ammunition is all new. After all, it might turn out to be a dud after a long time, and selling it would be a loss of reputation. How could the Russians be willing to use inferior products to cheat this potential arms buyer? That would simply be a problem with foreign exchange. 122mm high explosive rocket with a range of 20 kilometers. The price of a single shot is $2,000. Jiang Chen directly spent $40 million and purchased 20,000 rounds at a time. 122mm napalm rocket with a range of 20 kilometers is slightly more expensive, with a price of $2,500 per shot. Jiang Chen also spent $50 million without blinking an eye and purchased 20,000 rounds. These incendiary bombs are simply a killer for zombies. Alien tide, right? Then I will burn half of your city. Although Natasha felt embarrassed about Jiang Chen's request to buy sensitive weapons such as gasoline and bombs, she still reported Jiang Chen's needs to her superiors. There was silence on the other end of the phone for about 5 minutes, and finally a permission was given. After all, this order of nearly $100 million is too tempting. Moreover, the other party bought these guided rocket shells that are easy to produce and do not need to worry about technology leakage. For Russia, which is short of foreign exchange, such arms business is like picking up money. Although the sale of gasoline and ammunition is a bit of a skirting of international law, for the 5 gangsters, who really cares about this stuff? The Syrian anti-government forces have a lot of American equipment, including some contraband sold by uncontrolled private arms dealers. Since they have already nodded, Russia obviously did not disappoint Jiang Chen, the sponsor. At his request, the arms were transported by air. The next night, an An-225 transport plane stopped at the airport of Crescent Moon Island. The first batch of arms was transported, including 8 BM-21 rocket launchers and 2,000 rocket ammunition. As for the remaining 32,000 rockets, they were also transported in batches. Bakary and Ivan both expressed helplessness about Jiang Chen's purchase of so many rockets. However, Jiang Chen did not explain to them, but only told them to seal all the equipment in containers, and then pull them all along the dam bridge to the offshore platform and load them all onto the large ship he bought to transport supplies to Crescent Moon Island. When the ship reached the sea, Jiang Chen told the captain to drop anchor and stop the ship. The old captain was quite sensible. With his experience, he knew that Jiang Chen was going to use a small boat to smuggle some things that the customs did not allow to enter the island. Although he did not know why Xinghuan Trade had to do such a small trick, he did not ask much, but gathered all the crew members in the cabin for a meeting. Since they don't want you to know about this kind of thing, it's better to cover your eyes consciously. Soon, in half an hour, Jiang Chen walked to the door of the conference room and knocked on the door, signaling to the captain that they could weigh anchor and continue sailing. After the meeting was dismissed, Jiang Chen pulled the captain aside and handed him a cigarette after the impatient crew members left. The old captain took the cigarette and lit it, showing his white teeth and grinning. I understand, I don't know anything. Nodding approvingly, Jiang Chen didn't waste any words, stretched out his hand, and took out an envelope from his pocket, and stuffed it into his pocket. Take it, don't ask anything except sailing. Feeling the weight of the sediment, the old captain grinned even happier. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder, then turned and walked away. In this way, the people responsible for transporting the goods on board only knew that the arms were on board, but didn't know where the arms were taken. The crew members responsible for transportation only knew that the containers were on board, but didn't know what was inside. After stopping at the deep water port, the customs officers checked the boxes as a routine matter and found that they were all empty. Although they were very curious, they stopped caring when they saw the logo of Xinhuan Trade. The reason for being so careful was to prevent someone from watching this batch of arms. Now the Philippines is in chaos. The guerrillas of the Mali Liberation Army, equipped with a large number of American equipment, have beaten the government army dizzy with a fierce offensive. The Mali Liberation Army, which had originally given up its independence demands, saw the situation reversed and began to seek cooperation with its old employer. Under such circumstances, it is hard to guarantee that there are no other eyes watching Koro Island. After all, there are only two major neighboring countries that are hostile to the Philippines. One is China and the other is Singapore. If it is not for some religious forces, then the biggest suspect for the deterioration of the situation in the Philippines is China, and then Singapore. There must be spies from other forces on the island, but Jiang Chen believes that, even if they rack their brains, they will never figure out where this batch of arms was transported. Even the Russians who sell arms. P.S. The price of weapons is not fixed. The data is mainly based on Gaddafi's arms sales list, and the euros are converted into US dollars. It's really exhausting to find this information. Chapter 450 Open Fire. The sky was filled with black clouds. It was hard to tell whether it was clouds, radioactive dust, or gun smoke from shells. In the countryside east of Jia City, there were low houses scattered around. In the shadow, several mutant cockroaches swayed their 1-meter-long tentacles, searching for rotten food around. They did not react to the dozen people who walked by them. Only the smell of rot could arouse their appetite. Therefore, they were extremely hungry and occasionally tried to attack zombies, but they were often tickled to death by zombies. If you see a zombie and a mutant cockroach walking together without prejudice, there is no doubt that it must be because of the outbreak of alien tide. Because only alien tide will make the aliens temporarily forget their food and attack the survivors together with the zombies looking for the living. As for whether there are other cities where alien tides may break out, no one knows. Most people's footprints are just staying in their familiar territory. Even the caravans that go the farthest only go to the Northern Union District. The range of the alien tide is limited to Wanghai City. Jiang Chen, who is now in the suburbs of Jia City, feels that the air is particularly clear. The battle situation is very difficult. Yesterday, our people advanced 500 meters towards the direction of Jia City Sports Center, but soon encountered fierce resistance. The mutants got a large number of electromagnetic interference bombs and EMP grenades from somewhere. The snipers of the Hunter Corps helped a lot, but as the war zone advanced into the city, there were too many obstructions. The mutants' mortars and rifle grenades also caused heavy casualties to the Hunter Corps. Watching the cockroaches on the side of the road scurry into the shadows, Cheng Weiguo lowered the alert rifle in his hand. That's really bad. Jiang Chen grinned and happily led Cheng Weiguo and a small group of soldiers to the opposite direction of Jia City. The marshal did not get angry about the stalemate in the battle, and Cheng Weiguo was relieved. However, looking at the front line getting farther and farther behind him, he smiled bitterly. Marshal, may I ask where we are going? They have walked for nearly 10 kilometers. If they continue walking, they will reach the next county town, but they are still not at the place, Jiang Chen said. We are already there. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the abandoned warehouse in front of him with a smile. 2 days ago, when the helicopter brought him here, he randomly found a spacious factory nearby as an ammunition storage point. Due to the activities of mutants, there are no survivors in this area, so there is no need to worry that the transported ammunition will be stolen by scavengers. Just stay as far away from the front line as possible to avoid being hit by stray bullets from mortars. After choosing a good location, he returned to the present world and waited for the Russian ammunition to be in place, and then transported the ammunition on the ship. Cheng Weiguo, who was confused, followed Jiang Chen and walked into the factory. When he saw the things in the factory, the confusion on his face turned into shock at a visible speed, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. This is seeing Chen Weiguo's shocked expression. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, then returned to the door and shouted to the dozen riflemen following behind them. Boys, get ready to get on the car. We will send the mutants to see God. Before the war, because fossil fuels had been almost eliminated, only the rich would collect 2 out-of-print fuel locomotives at home and keep them as collections. Therefore, gasoline-burning locomotives can almost be described as antiques in the end times. When Jiang Chen asked the soldiers to get on the car, he found to his amazement that these old drivers had a car but didn't know how to drive it. In desperation, he had to personally go into battle and demonstrate to these soldiers how to drive this thing. Under the personal guidance of the marshal, these soldiers naturally learned very seriously. Fortunately, although the principle of this gasoline-powered car is completely different from the common electric cars in the end times, the operation style is somewhat similar. After spending more than an hour getting familiar with the use of the clutch and other equipment, these soldiers finally learned how to drive. As for the distance and angle conversion formula for launching rockets, they have been copied on a piece of paper. The soldiers responsible for launching only need to take a calculator and press twice to calculate it. 8 BM-21s drove out of the warehouse one after another, lined up under the command of Jiang Chen, and then lowered the brackets on both sides of the truck to fix it, completing the deployment. Nearly 100 survivors recruited from Site Number 7 were busy moving the almost full warehouse of ammunition out of the factory. 2 people worked together to carry the 67 kg, nearly 3 meter long ammunition, and pushed it into the launch tube. Before loading the ammunition, Jiang Chen specifically explained to them that they should load the rockets with white paint. As for those with red paint, they were all solidified gasoline, oil, bombs, which are specially used to deal with zombies and aliens. The loading was carried out in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen took Chen Weiguo to the roof of a building more than 200 meters away. Raising the telescope, Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Jia City 13 kilometers away, grinning. Take a closer look now, it will be different later. Chen Weiguo did not pick up the telescope, but glanced at the row of honeycomb-shaped rockets with some concern, and smiled bitterly. Is it really not necessary to withdraw the soldiers in the city first? For the weapons from 2 centuries ago, he was really worried that this pile of firecrackers would fall on his own people. Don't worry, leaving a distance of 1 kilometer is enough. Although the accuracy of this old Russian's weapon is a little off, it won't be off by 1 kilometer. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at Chen Weiguo. Don't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Marshal, where did you get these antiques? Chen Weiguo picked up the command tablet and couldn't help asking. The launch vehicle is from a military museum, and the ammunition is produced according to the drawings. Jiang Chen didn't care about his abruptness and answered casually. Hearing that Jiang Chen didn't plan to say more, Chen Weiguo was very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. He was unquestionable about loyalty, but curiosity was something that everyone had. The Y-51 had arrived over Jia City and was hovering just outside the mutants' air defense range. With the cover of radioactive dust and clouds, it concealed its existence and provided the 2 with an aerial view of the battlefield. The wide area radio life signal detection device was turned on, scanning the positions of the mutants and marking them as red dots on the tablet in Chen Weiguo's hand. Judging from the number of red dots, which was just 10,000, the mutants must have used a life signal shielding device, but this shielding device has a limited range after all, and can only cover some important targets. After circling the unmarked targets through manual observation, Chen Weiguo nodded to Jiang Chen and handed over the tablet in his hand. The first shot will be ordered by the marshal himself. Looking at the loaded launch vehicles on the open space 200 meters away, Jiang Chen took the tablet in Chen Weiguo's hand. The distance parameters and the strike position are clear at a glance. All battalions, listen to the order. Azimuth 220 degrees, distance 14.1 kilometers, artillery preparation. The honeycomb-shaped rocket launch box slowly lifted up and stopped at almost the same angle. When he saw the blue flags that were ready to go, he took a deep breath and handed the tablet back to Chen Weiguo. Raising his hand and pressing the microphone, Jiang Chen looked in the direction of Jia City and shouted, "Fire!" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.